Yep.
I got a new mask.
I see that. It looks nice.
Meridian colors.
That's right. I think that's good. I think that's good. Setting a good example for people too. I think that's a good thing. Hopefully, we'll get our numbers back under control a little bit better in Ada.
Yes, they sort of like went skittywampus on us.
They sort of went what?
Skittywampus.
Skittywampus. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that.
You've not heard that terminology before? It's official.
I'm gonna recycle that. I'm gonna use skittywampus on something else. That's
I think
good.
that's what it's called, skittywampus. I
So,
I, uh, I said the other day that something I don't remember if something I told it was about ready to break, and I told my kiddos that it was on the fritz,
yeah.
and they're like, "It was on the what?"
Oh, do people not say that anymore?
They had no idea what I was talking about.
Oh, see, I would know that one. I would definitely know that one. So what's the plan? So it's you're in city council chambers. It's you.
I'm not in chambers. I'm in office.
Oh
City
yeah,
council.
in the office.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I guess well, I don't think Jessica's joining, is she? Probably not. Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay.
So it's me, you, and Luke that are remote, and then Brad,
Yep.
Jessica, and Joe will be.
Got it.
There he is.
Hey, Brad.
There we go.
Oh, it looks like we're recording already. I didn't realize. No?
Everyone knows what skittywampus is now.
Yeah. It's the word of the day.
It is.
Wonder if I could get a Wi-Fi signal on my back patio. I'd have to try that next the next time.
I'd try it right now.
Yeah. Oh, that's all right. We have like 3 meetings. I have lots of chances to change location here. So like that one, Robert.
Hi guys, can you hear me? Thumbs up if you can hear me. Thank you.
Guess we need a couple more people, right?
One.
We're just getting logged in right now.
Joe's here. We're good.
Council, I'll call this meeting to order. For the record, it is June 23rd at 4:35 p.m. We will begin this meeting with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Borton?
Yep.
Councilman Strader?
Here.
Councilwoman Strader, excuse me. Councilman Hoagland?
Here.
Councilman Burr?
Here.
Mayor Kingston?
Here.
Absent are Councilman Cavanagh and Councilman.
Item number 2 is adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burr.
I move that we approve the agenda as published.
Second the motion, Mr. Mayor.
I have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda as published. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Hi.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Item number 3, consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burr.
I move that we approve the consent agenda for the mayor to sign and the clerk to attest.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as published. Is there any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. There are no items moved from the consent agenda, so we'll move on to item 5A, department report regarding the budget workshop police step plan discussion. I'm going to turn this over to our Human Resource and Police Department.
Mr. Mayor, Council, this is a follow-up to our budget workshop meeting we had on Wednesday. After that workshop, it was discussed to have another follow-up meeting today. We're talking to the police liaison, who also happens to be the HR liaison. It's important. We felt it was probably appropriate to educate some of the newer council members on the process and step plan, why it exists, how it works, and then the in-depth progress or in-depth steps that we take to go through it. And this was a partnership between the police department and HR. It always is. It's been done every 2 years. Last time was 2018. One of the things that we located today was the executive summary we put in place in 2018 about why it was important to address the step plan. And after reviewing that document, no changes were made for FY20 because all things are still the same. Other than there might be as far as who's eligible for retirement and stuff. Everything else that we're fixing today is what we tried to
Hey, Mr. Mayor,
fix in 2018.
Yes, Mr. Barrett.
I don't mean to interrupt the chief. We're having a little bit of a hard time hearing him. He goes in and out. Maybe if he were to pick up the microphone that the clerk has down there for him, maybe put it closer to his mouth. I can barely hear him. We can barely hear him. Sorry, Chief. I just want to hear every word you say.
I think you did it on purpose, and I'll just blame it on the mask. But,
I will. Much better, by the way.
Prepared
Thank you.
a document that we gave to the council members that are present in here, a executive summary that we did in 2018, outlining the circumstances we were facing and the need for the adjustments to the step plan. those same circumstances exist today. Nothing has changed within that summary other than raw numbers. And what I mean by raw numbers is who's eligible for retiring and when. So everything else is still the same. So really what our thought was is that Mr. Bort was going to outline the process a little bit, but he kind of did that yesterday in the memo he sent to the mayor and council. And so when it's appropriate, I would just like to bring up Lieutenant Stokes and Laura Lee Berg from police and HR to highlight the steps that we're taking this year, or actually it was last year with the consultant, and how we got to here today. And then we'll just field any questions that you have.
Thank you.
And is audio better?
Much better. Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Borton.
So my understanding from the follow-up from last week's meeting that brought the topic today, that today's discussion is intended to complete understanding of that history, some of the data behind the request and the purpose behind the request with regard to the SNP plan in preparation for a June 30th discussion and decision for that preliminary tentative budget. I don't believe today is where the council is required to make a decision necessarily on it, but at least to have all their questions answered so we can make that informed decision as part of the June 30th tentative approval.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Borton, that was my understanding, that today was just an educational opportunity to make sure that you had all your questions answered going into next week. I don't think any decisions need to be made today, but of course, if you want to make decisions, we won't hesitate, but that was our purpose, is educational only today. Mr. Mayor, I think what I'd like to do then is invite up Lieutenant Stokes and Laura Lee Berg, and then have them go into the process a little bit more.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, good afternoon. So I'm just going to kind of tell you the process that we have gone through the last several years with the police department. We partner together. It has been every 2 years to look at the STEP plan. Last year it was agreed that we would start doing it every year, so there wasn't as big a gap in the salaries at one time. So we started last time in 2018 with Mike Swallow from Personnel Systems and Services. He provided information. What we do is let him know our scope, which is compensation analysis of the STEP plan. He goes and gathers that information for us. We work with him. I check in with him regularly as he's gathering his information, make sure that he's staying on track. And then Burl and I meet together with him to answer any questions, clarify anything that he might have. And then once we get that final report and recommendation, turn it over to Crystal and the chief to review and then bring to you for recommendation.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I appreciate you letting us come here today and kind of talk a little bit more about this. Just kind of adding to what Laura Lee spoke about, and I think Councilman Borton lined it out pretty well in his memo, but this STEP plan goes back around 12 years or so, about 2007, 2008. And it's a structured plan for officers, and starts at the recruit level and then goes up from there. As Laura Lee mentioned, we've used consultants the entire time. We've changed consultants over the years. The one we used, I can't remember the name of the company, but he's out of, it does a lot of analysis. Public safety agents, pretty much from the Midwest to the West Coast, so still very common. So one of the, in this analysis, the last couple
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
sorry to interrupt Lieutenant Stokes, but we're having issues hearing him speak. I apologize. I want to hear every word he says. It's really important, so just want to make you aware.
I'm pretty close. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Hold it really close. Okay. Sound like a DJ. So over the years, the scope, or really not the scope of the analysis, but maybe some of the agencies we've used have changed, and where we're at today and where we were at the last couple of go-rounds is we look at agencies that are close to us, and we talked about this last week. So that includes all of the Ada County law enforcement agencies, Boise Police, Ada County, Garden City, we're included in that, and then the police department. So those are the agencies that we use for comparison. Mike goes out and grabs the data for. One of the challenges that we face is often, well, with the exception of this time in my memory, we're usually using older expiring data. So we get the data, we get the analysis, but then we have to look a little bit ahead because we're doing this on a 2-year cycle.
Mayor Simonson?
We are hoping to change that and do that yearly, take a look at it every year. So look at it every year, so maybe we don't get so far behind. But some of the data sets that we use are expired, they're old, and we know that October 1st they're expired. Now, one of the agencies prepared this time, we actually know what their step plan is.
Hey, Mayor?
October 1st.
Yes, sir.
Sorry to interrupt again. He's going in and out, and we're probably hearing about 70% of what he's saying, 65, 70% of what he's saying, but not all of it. If we can't hear it, then that means other people can't hear it.
Councilman Schrader, you're having the same issues?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I am. I think it's if the microphone's close, but he starts talking like away from it at all, it loses the sound. So
I might have to swallow it.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't know. Gosh, maybe he could sit in another council member's seat because we seem to hear better from those. That might be an idea.
DJ Stokes.
Okay. Okay, let me see if I can, is that better?
Yes.
Okay, I see big OK signs, that's good. So I think where I was at was talking about, we run into some challenges using, and that's because that's what is available at the time, is some of the data we have to use is older, expiring. This time, like I was mentioning, we have one set that we know is going to be valid October 1st because this agency forecasts a step plan. So, but for the most part, we're kind of playing catch up. This year, the analysis came back, and we knew we had some issues from some of the things that we've done in the past. Some were just a matter of the circumstances we faced. We knew we had some issues in the structure of the plan with compression at the top. It's pretty significant compression at the top. And then we knew over the last 2 years, the bottom of the market has moved quite a bit when we're talking about that entry-level officer. And I think I mentioned this last week, it's a reflection of how hard it is to hire police officers. So the bottom end of those step plans across the agencies we looked at have grown significantly in 24 months. So the issues that became apparent when we got the analysis back are, one, we got some structure issues to fix, some compression at the top, some pretty good movement at the bottom. And so the first step would be fixing that and then making an adjustment to, I would say, try to maintain or restore our competitive mark, you know, in this Ada County law enforcement market. There's just, when you boil it all down, there's the cost of employing a police officer in this county, and we have to be competitive if we're going to fill our ranks, retain our officers, and grow our organization for the future. So those are the two big issues that you know, kind of showed themselves. We have all that data. We worked with all that data and came to what we believe is a reasonable recommendation of some moves we should make to account for what's happened the last 24 months, and then to, you know, position ourselves so we can be in the game, and we can attract and hire and retain the right people to do the great work our officers do. So that's why this is important. When you look at, you know, the percentages and the dollar amount that this costs, aside of the corrections that we need to fix, it trends pretty closely to what we've done as a city, I think, for most employees over that 24-month period. When you talk about addressing the step plan, though, it's significant because and I think HR could correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we're the largest group of employees kind of in one pot. I think is sworn police officers, probably the largest group of employees for the city that are kind of in one bucket. So it's you know, it can be a pretty big endeavor. I think you know, one thing that we talked about too last week that one or more of the council members had brought up is, you know, we're talking about the step plan. That piece of officer compensation, that's only one piece when it comes to retaining and hiring officers. It's the total compensation that is kind of the piece that's not included here. So that's a whole other situation. And I guess with that, turn it back over to the chief or stand for any questions that anybody might have.
Council, just for the record, Councilman Kavanagh did join us at 4:42 and activated his camera at 4:49. I don't know how much of it he heard or saw, but
Mr. Mayor, yeah, just for the record, I've been able to listen in. I think for the vast majority of the conversation, probably beginning with the chief and Councilmember Borton's comments before Stokes began to speak. So I feel like I've heard at least all the conversation thus far.
Okay, thank you.
Mr.
Any
Mayor.
other comments or council any questions? Councilwoman Schrader.
Thank you. I think what would be helpful context for me and what I'm trying to wrap my head around, it sounds like we've strived to treat our employees consistently, but there is a timing mismatch, it sounds like, between the cadence of the step plan happening every 2 years and the rest of our general employees' compensation, you know, for whatever reason being looked at every year. I guess is the challenge that, help me understand the piece. I just heard that it sounded like over the past 24 months, the change in general employees would align, that has happened, would align closely with this step plan recommendation. Help me understand that timing mismatch and what has happened in the past. This is a question for anyone who is the appropriate person, but help me understand the context of the timing for the step plan. How is that different than general employees, and what has happened with general employees would make up the percentage of the step plan that's being requested to be adjusted?
I'm going to ask our Human Resources Director to address this because there's multifaceted layers to that question.
Yeah, that might be better.
And yeah, just to put a tiny touch on it, because I don't know if Crystal will touch on this, that the step plan does allow people to move within that 2 years. So there is movement of the officers as they advance through the plan. Doesn't mean that you don't have people that move, but depending upon where they are, they may move a little, they may move a lot, or they may not move at all.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That is correct. Councilwoman Schrader, to answer your question, so, and I may have to reach out to Todd here a little bit. I didn't bring specific percentages of increases, and Kenneth Stokes let me know if this is what you were referencing as well. So the STEP plan is looked at every 2 years. General employees are looked at every year. They are 2 separate compensation plans that we offer here at the city. So when we look at the general employee compensation plan, we look at those wages. We look at if we're market competitive. We also look for market adjustments as well as a recommendation for a merit pool increase. For the STEP plan, that analysis is done.
Mr. Mayor?
And so typically what you will see.
Are we having a hard time hearing?
Yeah, it's going somewhat staticky, and then really the last probably 15, 20 seconds that Crystal said, we couldn't hear it all. I'm sorry.
That's certainly okay, Council Member Kavanagh. I think that was you. Could you let me know what the last piece you heard so that I can repeat myself, please?
I don't want to speak for the three of us, but it almost might be beneficial for you to start again, just because there's a lot of feedback and static on the mic that you're using.
Okay, is this better?
No.
I'm trying not to touch the mic with my mouth because that friction as well. I'm about as close as I can get. Okay.
Do you want to try a different mic? Just, I heard a little bit of feedback when you were on earlier, but I don't know if that will help.
Thanks, Crystal. I'm sorry.
Oh, no problem. It's certainly okay. Just give me a
That's
moment
awesome.
to get situated. Is that better?
Wonderful.
Okay. So I'll start over. So we have 2 different, the STEP plan and the General Employee Compensation Program are 2 separate compensation plans that we offer here at the city. Historically, the General Employee Compensation Program is evaluated annually for competitiveness as well as whether or not there's a market adjustment that should occur based on the flexing market at that point in time. The police STEP plan has been on a 2-year cycle for roughly been about 10 years.
Crystal, just make sure you're on the mic.
There we go. The separation in that, with what Lieutenant Stokes is referring to, is that when we bring forward a recommendation for the police STEP plan, the number is generally bigger because it is covering a 24-month span. If the city incurs a market adjustment annually for the General Employee Compensation Program, that market adjustment has been applied to police STEP plan. Those factors at the bottom. That's one of the reasons that we brought forward last year, and the council agreed.
I think that we are just having technical problems with our stream and the volume.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Maybe a suggestion. I think this is important, and I'm worried about the constant disruptions really kind of taking away from the opportunity for dialogue. I don't know if there's an opportunity to maybe reset our audio system, perhaps recess for 5 to 7 minutes, see if we can course correct this. Council President Burnt spoke. This is an important issue for us, and I don't want to have to keep interrupting, but if at least if the 3 of us can't hear it, we're not doing the body a good service by having this full presentation. So I don't know if there's any suggestions from folks in the room, but for the 3 of us that are here remotely, for whatever reason, it's just not firing on all cylinders tonight.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
maybe one thought could be for Crystal to try to dial in from a landline. I would suggest that as an idea, but I'm not an IT person.
Or maybe, Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burr.
maybe another option is to have her participate via Zoom, because I can hear Liz perfectly and I can hear Luke perfectly. It seems to be the issues in council chambers, and so that might be another option.
Can I ask, how are you hearing me when I speak?
You're fine.
Good.
You're muffled.
You're muffled because of your mask, but we can hear every word you say.
Yep.
We're trying to troubleshoot right now with IT real quick.
You want to just take a quick tea and we can just hang out for a minute?
Yeah, let's go into recess for 5 minutes.
Okay.
Testing if you can hear me.
I can hear you, Chris.
Luke, okay, we're going to set up in my conference room here, so police or Crystal, whomever can speak from this surface.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And Dave's trying to work on the audio. We don't know quite what to do, so thank you.
That's okay. Thank you.
I think this will work great.
Liz, that's a great idea.
No, it'll work for today.
Well, that's okay. We can take this one day at a time.
I think so, yeah.
Testing 1, 2. Should be on, Shandy.
I can hear it.
Yep, sounds good.
We're all going to be, well, whoever's speaking can sit.
I think it's, I think Crystal's going to, and then me, maybe.
Dean, can you hear Shandy?
Really, way to get on the other side of the petition.
I know, I'm safe.
You're so smart.
Can you hear me, Dean?
We can hear you.
Yeah, I'm totally.
But not Shandy?
And I'm really good. I'm really fun to talk. I just can't remember exactly where we were at.
Well, I don't know where
Just
we're at.
FYI, all of you guys are hot. Your mics are hot. Just
Or when I say, Dean, can you hear Shandy?
Yeah, well, we heard that.
I could hear that, but we can't hear Shandy. We can hear Dean, can you hear Shandy, but not actually hear Shandy.
W1? Whoa.
Now we can.
I am. Now can you hear me?
Yep.
Crystal clear? Loud and clear?
Pick it up.
Yeah.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yep.
Yep, we hear you.
Like a...
Can you hear us?
I'm safe over here.
So it typically was happening when he was actually talking continuously and not, we could hear it when it was in short spurts, but not when he was talking continuously at a long period of time. Is that clear?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
So this might be an option.
Liz, could you hear that?
I can hear
Can you
you.
hear Shandy talking? Luke, could you
I
hear
did.
Shandy talking?
Right,
Yep.
we did. Yeah.
And you guys, when you talk, we can hear you, but you're very soft.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's good to know.
They're like, crystal clear from...
You're loud and clear on the
All
surface.
right. Council,
So are
I'm going
you,
to go ahead
Chief.
and bring us. Operate. I'm going to throw this back over to the Chief or Crystal to pick up where she was talking previously.
Robert, we can't hear you. You're muted now.
He's not muted. He's just.
Can't hear him.
I'm going to throw this back over to Crystal.
Hang on a second. Mr. Mayor, Council, we are ready to attempt to start all over again. I would just like to point out that, you know, our purpose today was to talk about the step plan. The step plan and the city employee plan are completely two different plans for two different reasons and two different categories. But we'll sure attempt to answer any questions that you have in regards to that. But our focus today was on the step plan. Did anybody?
That being said, Chief, we did have a question from the council administrator to Crystal that she was attempting to answer before we got stopped.
Okay, so we will try to answer that question. But before we start, can you tell us if the audio is working? Can you hear us?
Perfect.
Great, Chief.
So attempt number 4 or 5 or 6, here it comes.
Okay. Members of council, can you hear me now? Okay. All right. So sorry for the technology issues. I'm glad we're kind of all back together. So if you can't hear me, just kind of give me the signal and I'll do what I can to either speak up or relocate the surface. So as the chief mentioned, general employee compensation is one pay compensation that we have at the city. The step plan is a completely separate compensation program that we have at the city. Our approach to that historically has been the general employee plan, the general employee plan gets reviewed annually for market competitiveness and a market and/or merit pool recommendation to the council through the annual budget cycle. The police step plan historically has been evaluated every 2 years, also done externally through an external consultant in the police department and human resources. Two delineations between those two programs are the market adjustment. So the general employee compensation program gets a consideration for a market adjustment when recommended, and if approved, gets applied to the general employee pay program that the general employees also receive per those program guidelines. That is not across the board and applied to the police step plan. The police step plan recommendation comes forward to you every 2 years, covering a 24-month spread. At that point in time, the market is considered as a part of that recommendation for that step plan to correct any areas that we need to correct, in addition to trying to bring it to a competitive position within the Ada County market. And we can certainly talk about how it works if you have those questions as well between HR and the police department. Councilwoman Strader, does that answer your question?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Yeah, no, that really helps in my mind to give me context for what we're thinking about, because we want to treat our employees consistently, but they're not in the same program, and there is a fundamental timing mismatch, which maybe we fix going forward, but there's a timing mismatch. So we're trying to deal with a 24-month period as opposed to a 12-month period. And I think that helps me understand kind of why we're in the spot that we're in. So that's very helpful. I know you emailed me separately, but it'd be a good, I think, update for the rest of council that I think Crystal was going to try to provide some of the data that I requested. Once she can reach the consultant, that was a follow-up. So I think we may not have that for this meeting, but that's okay. I just wanted to let everyone know.
Thank you, Councilwoman Strader. I'll give a quick update on that and we'll revert it back to the police step plan. What I communicated to Councilwoman Strader in regards to her question from the budget hearing last week in regards to the additional general employee competitiveness against the market for a general employee compensation program, specifically at the department level. I did reach out to Meridian, who's the consultant who helps us with that every year. The individual who is specifically assigned to Meridian was traveling for business and then out on vacation and returned back into the office today. I had a very late afternoon discussion with them, and they are going to be providing that data to us so that I can be bringing that forward to you Monday. Okay.
Great.
Councilman Borton.
So part of the context that Councilwoman Strader is talking about is that intentional by design disconnect and separation between the way the step plan has been handled over the last 10 or 12 years and the unique and separate purpose that its adjustments try to remedy. And the email that I'd sent around tried to make a very brief snapshot of that historical intention. As the police department liaison and HR liaison, it's probably something that I should have talked to Councilman Burnt and brought up, and we could have had this discussion more fully in April or May, and that would be my fault for it not coming forward. But this discussion today probably would have happened then. The reason, and my email said it, is because I've seen that history and that intention of what doesn't happen one year somewhat begets the conduct that happens the next year with regards to adjustments. And so I was pretty comfortable once reviewing the entire budget as a whole and understanding the revenue sources that we have up through June, and understanding those intended expenditures, that this step plan, which I think was understood in prior years would be happening, that we would be able to fund it. So whether we could either question the reasoning behind a step plan adjustment or whether we could afford a step plan adjustment, and the way I saw, having gone through the workshop and all of the underlying data, that I think we have, at least in my opinion, that we've got the resources available to fund a plan that is necessary to fund. And I think it's consistent with the history and the intention of what we've expressed to our police department would happen in fiscal year 2021. Part of what today could lead to, and this would be my request, is for the purpose of a productive discussion on June 30th, that the step plan request be included so we can see it. When we look at the big grid of the general fund expenditures, so we can see what impact it has on the general fund budget as a whole, and then have some conversations on ways, if there's other adjustments that are necessary, whether it should still be included in light of that budget as a whole or not. To cut to the end, I think there is room, but I think that's the June 30th discussion. To leave today with its inclusion, I think would be very helpful for all of us to start off June 30th with a good opportunity to understand the step plan adjustments impact on the budget as a whole. And I think we will find that there's a means to fund it, as well as a good reason to fund it.
Thank you, Councilman Borden. Not to have that be the last word, but I'm going to ask our CFO to weigh in specifically on that very topic in terms of how he will recommend you fund it if you want to do it.
Mr. Mayor, council members, for the June 30th discussion to have us consider adding the compensation that you're recommending, you've heard from me in the past, I would always recommend taking the property tax to cover cost of doing business. Mr. Mayor presented to you a budget without it, and we had that discussion on the first budget workshop. In my opinion, I still believe we need to take a percentage of the allowable 3% if you wish to provide the compensation for the step plan. I've promoted that in years past. I believe the 3% is the product that helps support the cost of doing business. I still stand by that position. I also stand by the position that the 3% is there to also compensate the general employees and the fire union and other health benefits and other cost of doing business aspects for the city of Meridian. I think that's what the 3% represents. Again, that would be my guidance to you. I understand there's some other underlying issues that are influencing us to move a certain direction, but I still stand by the 3% there for your cost of doing business. Mr. Borden, you asked, do we have the resources? The answer is yes, we do have the resources for the fiscal 21 budget to fund the compensation that you're discussing without taking the 3%. It would still be my guidance to consider the 3% because the long-term impacts of not taking the 3% is a compounding issue that you are familiar with, and that's where I have my more concerns is the long-term viability of funding rather than the one-time 12-month window that we're looking at. So hopefully that answers the question. You have my guidance. We've discussed the 3% options, but hopefully, Mr. Mayor, I answered the question for you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Kavanagh.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Todd, is it your plan to walk the council through what those other mechanisms could be on the June 30th budget hearing, or are you wanting council members to connect with you outside of that? Help me understand, especially for our three new council members, how we're getting them aware of all the options that are before them.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Kavanagh, I'm happy to draft any documentation to assist in this discussion. Again, I wasn't planning on bringing any mechanics or mechanisms that you're speaking of to discuss the different opportunities, but I'm happy to have something ready and drafted for you by the 30th, or I can even have it done before the 30th so you guys can chew on it and understand the different components and options that are available to you as a council to fund such a recommendation or discussion if you wish.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Kavanagh.
Mr. Mayor, thanks, Todd. I appreciate that. I know these are kind of unique times for us, and I want to make sure that we're doing everything we can for our 3 new members to have a full understanding, so they have all the options presented to them and can feel confident in whatever decisions they choose to make. So I appreciate that.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Cavanagh, I have no problem drafting something before the June 30th. So you guys have something to digest before the meeting. So I'll work on something. To have a clear understanding of your options.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
question for maybe the chief and Crystal, and that is, how many open positions are there in the department right now? And if you know any estimation of the value of those open positions, the cost that there would be for pay and benefits.
Mr. Mayor, Crystal, I'm happy to take this one for you. We have the data at on our computers, so if you just give us 20 seconds, we'll look it up for you, Mr. Hoagland.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Council, I can tell you that we have 10 openings currently. We have 9 people that are in background process for those positions for an October Academy. I can also tell you that the PAM model that Council approved in 2014, which is our patrol allocation study, indicates you need 5 additional positions based upon the growth of the city over the past year.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Follow up on that, Chief. Is that, you said you've got 10 open positions with 9 folks preparing for the October Academy. Are all your current open positions only for sworn officers, or do you have any non-sworn positions that are open right now as well?
Mr. Mayor, Council, I do have non-sworn positions open. I have code enforcement supervisor, 2 code enforcement positions, a NIBRS position, a community service officer position, and I believe there's one additional, well, there's one additional position I have open, but I have an interview with her for a job offer either this week or next.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I have the answer to your question about the current number of positions open for police department. Currently, we have 14 positions open, and out of that 14, we have 9 sworn positions. Did you hear me?
Thank you, Jen. And follow up with the chief, I guess, is I'm assuming at some point, if they're selected to go to academy, they come onto our payroll. I'm trying to understand the timing on that.
Mr. Mayor, Council, that would be correct. As soon as we give them a conditional offer for a start date, then they would come on our payroll. That has not occurred yet, but that would occur probably September timeframe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Maybe something for Todd to follow up with me on, but I think what would be helpful, I recall in our last meeting, you were mentioning that there were a few different options in terms of finding a way to sort of bridge the step plan. It included removing some positions that were unfilled that I assume we had built those salaries into our financial plan. I mean, there were a few things you alluded to. I don't know what the different choices were and the viability of those choices. I think I'd like to see the different different approaches modeled out. And then I'd like to understand if we did not take the 3% and we're essentially bridging that, if we took the 3% the following year, what would sort of the follow-on impacts be from that choice? And I know that's kind of a big question, but that I think I would need to understand the implications of that and exactly what that would mean. Hopefully that makes sense.
Yeah, Councilman Schrader, what Councilman Hoagland was just referring to was one of the things that I had talked about is potentially using savings from unfilled positions. But if you use those savings, then you're not able to hire those officers if they're needed or if you have viable candidates. That was really the main focus of one of them. And I think Todd will cover these, but the other options are not to approve any other ongoing operational expenses in this year's budget as a way to reduce those costs. You will likely see those positions again in future years, but that's one of the ways to do it. Then there's always looking at other things, or as you heard your CFO say, you can do it, but it's an ongoing expense to the city. And I think that you will continue to hear the conversation about the rest of the city from the concept of HR will come back and tell you that there are market justifications for the rest of the employees as well that are not included in this budget. We chose not to include them despite the market saying that that would be something. So you can all separate them out. You can consider them all one-offs, but it becomes one of those things. There's things in this budget that could be included fully if we felt they were warranted.
Mr. Mayor.
If we had the revenue, yes.
I understand what you're saying. I think part of what I was trying to ask Crystal about before was understanding if the police department is much further off market than the rest of the employee pool. And what I'm getting at, and it may not be even an option, but, do we close that gap? I don't know if that looks like half a step. I don't know what that looks like. Maybe it's a combination of finding savings from positions that we truly have not been successful in recruiting for and then taking some other approaches. But, to me, it's not necessarily rewarding one department over others, but it's understanding if because they're on a 2-year time frame, they really are positioned differently relative to their discount to market than the rest of the city is what I'm just trying to find a way to cut through this to get to some sort of data-driven approach, if that's possible.
Correct. I know that's what Crystal's trying to work on for you.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Kavanagh.
With that info, it would be good to get some maybe historical background as to, some of these positions in the police department are, I think, very much well within market. And then there are these other ones that we're talking about that are kind of outliers where there's such a wide gap. It would be beneficial for me to know if that is a case because council hasn't taken the appropriate action in the past, or if that is because the market has expanded so rapidly since the last time that we've looked at the step plan. I mean, to me, understanding what's caused that gap to get so wide would be really, really helpful so that we can prevent that from getting even wider in the future.
Mr. Mayor, Council, I think I would defer that question over to Lieutenant Stokes, who will tell you that it's the explosive market with a few other factors built in. So he can probably answer that better.
Hello. Yeah, so some of it is changes in the market. Like I'd mentioned before, the entry-level wages for police officers in this county and in our comparison group have grown greatly over the last 2 years. Some of how far we are behind the market, and I mentioned some of this last week, in those first 4 steps, one of them's 9%, one's 15, one's 10, one's 9. So that's something that is reflective of the market changing. Like I mentioned before, we are, out of those compared agencies, we have the lowest starting wage. So we're at the bottom of the barrel there. When you talk about other factors, the compression at the top of our scale, that is a product of, there's a lot of reasons that we've ended up where we are. And some of that was decisions made to maybe do less at the top of the scale to make things better in the middle of the scale. So what we're talking about today is the bottom of the scale needs significant adjustment. The top of the scale needs more adjustment than the middle of the scale. There are places, really the middle of the scale is it just needs, and it's reflected in this, the enhancement for the step plan. It needs very little in the middle. It's the bottom and the top. Of course, there's more people in the bottom and less at the top. So more of your dollars are going to be spent at the bottom. The way the pay scale or the step plan functions is an officer comes in and they move from step to step after successful evaluations from year to year. There are points in the step plan where you reach a place where you sit or you top out. So for our supervisors, after 49 months in their position, they see no increase unless the step plan is adjusted. There's a couple of points for officer progression where they have to remain in a certain step for 5 years before we bump them to the next step. Those officers do not see any adjustment unless we adjust the plan as a whole. So those are kind of the issues we're talking about. If we move forward with what we've put in this step plan adjustment, there are places in the step plan, that would see really small increases, as low as 1%. I mentioned that last week, and there's some that need to go up as high as 20%. So it's a directed tactical deployment of those resources where they need to go based on the analysis from the consultant. I hope that helps.
Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to add on to that every year that we've addressed this pay scale, we've used a phased approach. We've never fully funded the recommendation from the consultant. We've always tried to target here or tried to target here. But essentially what's happened is we've kicked the can down the road, and it's now biting us. And that's where we're at right now, is that we cannot move the top forward unless we make a serious adjustment to the scale. And that's the bottom line. We've tried to be conservative and tried to take a slow approach to fix this, and now it's come back to bite us.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a question?
Councilwoman Schrader.
Just so I understand how this plan would be implemented if it were to move forward. Let's take the case of a position that the consultant recommend. Let's just cutting through it. We've got a position that's 20% off, and there's a 20% recommended adjustment. Does it really make sense that 20% would immediately come into effect, or would that be phased over 2 years? Like, how would that work?
Yeah, so if I can kind of speak to that, yeah, it would be. It's not a phased approach because that where that 20% is needed is in that entry level. So that's the adjustment we need to make to get people in the door at the organization. So that's where the highest numbers are there at the very bottom to get people in the door. And the other thing with the step plan that I failed to mention is the industry standard is these plans are used as recruiting tools to recruit officers. Most cities and counties put their step plans on their websites. They're very easy to access, and our applicants, they look at those prior to applying. There's no sugarcoating that.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
So what you're saying is making more sense to me. So if the starting step, if you will, is really a big part of what's off market, that makes sense to me. I think where if we have major adjustments at the top of the scale, probably my bias would be a little bit more toward phasing those in, just because that, to me, like even in other industries, you wouldn't necessarily normally give somebody a 25% increase in 1 year that already works for you. You might phase that in over 2 years, but I think I get the bulk of what you're saying. I think part of what I'm hoping, depending on what council decides to do, but I think if we're showing support here, I'm hoping that, maybe some of our competitive cities around us will be dumb enough to defund their police departments, because I think that might make us a little bit more competitive. And this is a kind of environment where if we were showing a lot of support, look, I think it speaks volumes that in the future, when you're recruiting officers, you could say, look, in this crazy environment, how supportive the city was that time. And maybe that's a recruiting tool as well. So that's something that I'm also thinking about.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
I love that last part. If any other agency can pound sand, desire to recruit our officers away. To your comment about phasing it in, the top of the scale in particular, where there was just last year, if not the year before, data that supported adjusting the top of the scale, there was a direction from our leadership to, if something were to be sacrificed, to sacrifice that and try and take care of others within the grid. So if the top of the scale was in fact phased in, it was phased in by taking 0 the first year, and we can think of this as a subsequent year when in fact there was data to support adjusting it in prior years. So I appreciate the approach on being protective of our crew. I think that's spot on.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Yeah. I think I'm tracking. It sounds like a lot of the compression, there was a lot of foregone steps, if you will, at the top. So we've reached a point that now that's kind of what happened. Okay, that helps me understand the background.
Council, any further questions? Do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Byrne.
before I make the motion, I just wanted to thank the police department and Crystal for coming in and having this discussion this evening. I think it's been very beneficial for all of us, and it's great to be caught up to speed on how things work and how our plans work. So thank you guys for joining us this evening. With that said, I move that we move into executive session per Idaho Code 74-2061D, F, and Idaho Code 74-206A1A.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to go into executive session. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Borton?
Aye.
Cavanagh?
Aye.
Strader?
Aye.
Hoagland?
Aye.
Byrne?
Aye.
All ayes, we are in executive session.
Yeah, if you have any questions.
That's what I'm suggesting.
How do we turn
So, that's a really good one.
I think Liz and Esther.
Okay.
Hear me, I'm going to talk continuously to see if I cut out up here. I'm using the surface on the podium. Gosh, I always have things to say, and now I can't think of anything to say. I can't.
It's because it's really on.
No, it's not. It's just this one. I can't really hear anything. So Dave, if you can text me and let me know if it's cutting out up there.
Yeah, that's not gonna work. Yeah, but I think we're fine.
Very bad echo.
to update everybody in the room, City Council is currently in executive session right now. So after they're done deliberating in executive session, they'll come back out and we'll start the regular meeting. Thanks for your patience.
Council, do I have a motion to come out of executive session?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I move that the council comes out of executive session.
I have a motion and a second to come out of executive session. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman,
I move that we adjourn our work session.
I have a motion and a second to adjourn the work session. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. We are adjourned. Council, I'll call the city council meeting in order. For the record, it is Tuesday, June 23rd, 2020 at 6:10 p.m. We will begin this regular city council meeting with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Borton?
Here.
Councilman Cavanagh?
Here.
Councilwoman Strader?
Here.
Councilman Hoagland?
Here.
Councilman Burnt? Mayor Sinnison?
Here.
Absent are Councilwoman Perot and Councilman Burnt.
Thank you. Item number 2 is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'll please stand and join us in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Item number 3 is the community invocation with Vinnie Hankey of Valley Life Christian Church. Pastor Hankey, if we will recognize you, and for the audience, if you'd please take this as a moment to join us in an invocation or a moment of silence and reflection. Pastor Hankey.
Mr. Mayor, City Council members, thank you again for the opportunity to join with you and to pray for you. Let's pray. God, I thank you for those whom you have called to lead and to serve the city. And God, as they conduct their business this evening, I pray that you would provide them with wisdom, with courage, God, and insight. Would you help them to hold their authority with a fear before you, God, knowing that you are the chief and end of all authority. God, we pray for the city of Meridian. We pray for the civil servants, those on the staff and who serve our community so well. We pray for, God, those who are on the front lines in the health field. God, the doctors and nurses and technicians, pray for their continued safety as they seek to serve during this pandemic. God, we ask again that you would bless and protect the city of Meridian and that you would be glorified. We ask these things through your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. Appreciate your time.
Yep, thank you.
For the record, Councilman Burnt has joined us at 6:13 p.m. Item number 4, adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
is Mr. Burnt going to be doing this, or you want me to go ahead, Mr. Burnt?
Go ahead. You're good.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
not knowing of any changes to our agenda, I move approval of the agenda as printed.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The agenda is adopted. Item number 5, future meeting topics, public forum. Madam Clerk, did anybody sign up?
Mr. Mayor, they did not.
Okay. Then we will move on to item 6A, a public hearing for Midgrove Plaza, age 2020-0029. I will turn this over for staff comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. The first application before you tonight is a request for a rezone and a preliminary plat. This site consists of 12.84 acres of land. It's zoned IL and CG and is located at 1450 East Franklin Road at the northwest corner of Franklin and Locust Grove Roads. This site was annexed back in 1996 without the requirement of a development agreement. A conditional use permit and a plan development was approved at that time that has since expired. Comprehensive Plan Future Land Use Map designation for the southern 5.8 acres is commercial and industrial for the northern 7 acres. The applicant requests a rezone of 1.96 acres of land from the IL to the CG zoning district. The area proposed to be rezoned is designated as industrial on the future land use map. Because future land use map designations are not parcel specific, and adjacent abutting designation, when appropriate and approved as part of a public hearing with a land development application, may be used without an amendment to the map. The applicant requests the abutting commercial designation apply to the area proposed to be zoned CG. Because the rezone is proposed to coincide with proposed lot lines so that 2 zoning districts don't exist on one property, staff is amenable to the request. At this time, no buildings or users are planned. The property is proposed to be subdivided and infrastructure installed for future development. The property is intended to develop with commercial and industrial uses as allowed in the CG and IL zoning districts. A preliminary plat is proposed as shown there in the middle, consisting of 6 building lots on 12.84 acres of land in the CG and IL zoning districts. Access is proposed via 2 existing curb cuts on Franklin Road. The access closest to the intersection will be restricted to maintenance vehicles from the city, Nampa Meridian Irrigation District, or other authorized entities, and will not be used by the public. And 4 existing curb cuts on Locust Grove Road. Only the 2 middle accesses are approved by ACHD via Locust Grove. ACHD has also approved the access driveways via Franklin Road, with the western access signed right out only, with full access into the site until such time as the center median is constructed in Franklin, with the eastern access gated and restricted to service vehicles only. A cross-access ingress-egress easement is required between all lots. 5 Mile Creek bisects the southwest of this site and is required to be left open as a natural amenity. A 14-foot wide multi-use pathway is required along the east side of the creek, which will serve a dual purpose as a utility service road. A 25-foot wide landscape street buffer is required along both Franklin and Locust Grove roads. Because development is not proposed at this time, concept building elevations were not submitted. Future structures are required to comply with the design standards in the Architectural Standards Manual. The Commission recommended approval of this project. Ben Semple, the applicant's representative, testified in favor. No one testified in opposition or commented on the application. Written testimony was received from Ben Semple, the applicant's representative, in agreement with the staff report. There were no items of discussion by the Commission or changes to staff's recommendation. and no written testimony has been submitted since the commission hearing. Staff will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Sonia. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Sonia, would this rezone have any impact on our currently approved comprehensive plan?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Cavanagh, no, it is consistent with the comprehensive plan.
Thanks.
Okay. Is the applicant with us?
Mr. Mayor, he is. Mr. Semple, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, Ben Semple with Rodney Evans and Partners, address 1014 South LaPointe Street, Suite 3, Boise, Idaho 83706. Mr. Mayor and members of City Council, I want to thank the staff for their report and their help in getting us to the point that we are right now. As was stated, we are in agreement with all of the conditions of approval noted in section 9 of the staff report, as well as the findings in section 10 of the staff report. We've worked with ACHD and are in agreement with the closure of the driveway approaches as stated in their report, as well as the westernmost approach that they're temporarily approving to lot 5. We are paying a road trust to them for a future median construction if it occurs within their standard time frame and the property to the south of Franklin redevelops, at which point a center median would be required, but we will be contributing to that as part of a payment directly to ACHD. Other than that, I don't have much to add to the staff's report. Again, I thank everyone for their work on it, and I would stand for questions.
Thank you. Council, any questions for the applicant? All right, this is a public hearing. Did we have anyone sign up to testify on this issue?
Mr. Mayor, we did not.
Okay. Is there anybody in the public or online who would like to provide testimony on this application?
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Borton.
Just one question to staff. Sonia, can you just talk briefly about, it seems a little unusual that we'd have a rezone and a plat without any elevations and no DA requested. So it seems very open-ended, which would otherwise be, this seems unusual. So give us a little context. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe it's not unusual, but it seems like it is. This is the one and only time that some of those specifics are captured and required as a condition of a zone change. Is kind of a big deal. So talk with me a little bit about that.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Borton, there's no development proposed at this time. Rather than ask the applicant to guess at a concept plan that isn't going to happen, staff wasn't overly concerned about it due to the size of the site and the existing and future development slated for this area. It's next to industrial property. Staff just isn't overly concerned about it. If you feel a development agreement's necessary and a concept plan and building elevations are necessary, then that is under your purview.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Borton.
I guess asked another way, is that the UDC standards have enough structure in them that gives you comfort that it's not needed and there's still enough parameters that can direct the development in a way that you want?
The uses will be allowed as per the CG and the IL zoning districts in the UDC, and then any future development and buildings will be required to comply with the design standards and the architectural standards manual for industrial and commercial uses.
Thanks.
Council, any other questions? If not, would the applicant like to make any final closing comments?
Mr. Mayor and members of council, I guess to touch on Councilmember Borton's question about it. So both The reason that we're doing this rezone of just under 2 acres is just to bring the zoning in compliance with the lot layout so that we avoid multiple designations of zoning on single lots right there. So right now, the corner at Locust Grove and Franklin is CG, and the 2 lots northernmost, lots 1 and 2 is shown on the preliminary plat, are IL. There's just this little strip right there that's still zoned IL that we're bringing into CG, so that the 4 lots on the corner are all CG and the 2 lots on the northernmost are all IL. And that's all I have to add. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Council, do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
I move we close the public hearing on item 6B, H 2020-0029.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The ayes have it.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
I think the presentation of staff and the comments from the applicant make good sense that this request, both for the rezone and the preliminary plat, are appropriate as presented. So I'm going to make a motion to approve item 6A, H 2020-0029 as presented in the staff report dated June 23rd, 2020.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve item H 2020-0029. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Borton?
Aye.
Cavanagh?
Aye.
Strader?
Aye.
Hoagland?
Aye.
Hurt?
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries.
Mr. Mayor.
We will move on to Councilman Cavanagh.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Before we move on to the next item, just a request for the 3 council members that are in the room. Specifically, Councilmember Borton, your voice is somewhat faint. If you could just eat the microphone a little bit more, it makes it a little easier for us remotely to be able to hear you.
Will do.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, item 6B is a public hearing for Ascent Townhomes, H 2020-0039. I will open this public hearing with staff comments.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, the next item before you is a request for annexation and zoning and a preliminary plat. This site consists of 4.97 acres of land. It's zoned RUT in Ada County and is located on the north side of West Franklin Road, approximately a 1/3 mile east of North Black Cat Road. A previous development application was heard by the commission earlier this year for a multifamily residential development on this property that was withdrawn by the applicant before it went to council. The comprehensive plan future land use map designation is medium high density residential, which calls for 8 to 12 units per acre, and it is within the 10-mile interchange specific area plan. The applicant is requesting annexation of 5.25 acres of land, and that does include adjacent right-of-way to the section line of Franklin Road, with an R15 medium high density residential zoning district, consistent with the medium high density residential future land use map designation for this property. The applicant proposes to develop the site with a mix of 39 townhome units and 4 single-family attached units at a gross density of 8.65 units per acre, consistent with the uses and density desired in the medium-high density residential designated area in the 10-mile plan. A preliminary plat is proposed consisting of 43 buildable lots, 11 common lots, and 1 other lot on 4.97 acres of land, proposed to develop in 1 phase. 1 temporary right-of-way access easement is proposed on Lot 9, Block 6 via West Franklin Road. And that is this lot where the access is right here where my pointer is. 2 local stub streets are proposed to the west and 2 are proposed to the east for future extension and interconnectivity. The temporary right-of-way easement is required to be released when a local street connection is constructed to this site from a neighboring development. At such time, the access will be restricted to emergency and pedestrian access only. 20-foot wide public alleys are proposed for access to the rear-loaded units fronting on North Ascent Avenue, the main north-south street. The Purdom drain runs along the northeast boundary of this site within a 25-foot wide easement. The drain is proposed to be piped with this development. A 25-foot wide landscape street buffer is required along Franklin Road. A 35-foot wide buffer is proposed, exceeding UDC standards. Because the site is below 5 acres in size, it is exempt from UDC standards pertaining to qualified open space and site amenities. However, the applicant did submit a qualified open space exhibit, shown in the center there, that depicts 0.55 of an acre or 11.2% qualified open space, consisting of 2 large common open space areas and half the street buffer along Franklin Road. This calculation is actually higher as the open space exhibit does not include parkways along internal streets, which are proposed throughout the development. A children's play structure is proposed as an amenity for this site. The applicant is required to provide off-street parking based on the number of bedrooms per unit in accord with UDC standards. Although the UDC does not require on-street parking to be provided, the applicant did submit an exhibit as shown, showing a total of 32 spaces available for guest parking along the main north-south street, North Ascent Avenue, which should be sufficient to serve the development. Conceptual building elevations were submitted as shown for the proposed single-family attached and townhome units. These are the attached units. And these are all the townhome units. Building materials consist of a mix of horizontal and board and batten siding in a variety of colors with stone veneer accents. Dwelling units range in size from 1,400 to 1,600 square feet. Each alley-loaded unit has a front porch. Those are as shown here. And each front-loaded unit has a covered patio, but not a front porch as required. These are the front-loaded units. Based on the 10-mile plan, which requires garages that are accessed from the front to be located no less than 20 feet behind the primary facade of the residential structure, staff recommends revisions be made to the plat and elevations prior to the hearing tonight to comply with this requirement, which would also allow for front porches to be provided for these units as desired in the plan. No such revised plans were submitted prior to the City Council hearing tonight by the applicant. Commission did recommend approval of these applications. Matt Schultz, the applicant's representative, testified in favor of the application. No one testified in opposition or commented. Written testimony was received from Matt Schultz, the applicant's representative, in response to the staff report. He requested a waiver to the requirement in Development Agreement Provision AF, which requires front-loaded garages to be located no less than 20 feet behind the primary facade of the residential structure. He also asked for clarification on whether or not the entry monument would satisfy the requirement in the Development Agreement Provision AG for public art to be provided in the streetscape along Franklin Road. In response, if the monument includes a high quality of design and includes a public art as described in the 10-mile plan, it could qualify. And Mark Bottles, the neighboring property owner to the west, submitted written testimony as well. He's in support of the project, including the density and housing types proposed. Key issues of discussion by the Commission are as follows. They had a question regarding if there is a berm proposed within the street buffer along Franklin Road. The applicant replied that a 2 to 3 foot tall berm is proposed. They were in favor of the diversity of housing types proposed. They were in favor of the open space and site amenities proposed, which is above and beyond UDC requirements. And finally, they were in support of the proposed design over that previously proposed with the previous application. The Commission made the following changes to the staff recommendation. They recommended approval of a waiver to Development Agreement Provision AF as requested by the applicant. And they directed the applicant to work with staff to determine the best type and placement of public art to be provided in the streetscape along Franklin Road. The only outstanding issue for council tonight is that the applicant requests a waiver to Development Agreement Provision AF, which requires front-loaded garages to be located no less than 20 feet behind the primary facade of the residential structure. And the only written testimony that was submitted since the commission hearing was from Susan Kornstrom, and you should have a copy of her letter in your packet. Staff will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Sonia. Council, any questions at this time?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
Sonia, is this image that, is that image, is that image on the screen the image which depicts the design with the waiver as requested that does not have the garages set back at least 20 feet?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Borton, correct.
Okay.
This is as proposed.
Okay. Thanks.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Hoagland.
Question, just wanted to follow up on the public art requirement for the 10-mile interchange. I know there's those requirements. Is there no size of development waiver? I mean, this is under 5 acres, so I wanted to know a little bit more details on that.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Hoagland, Council, there is no waiver provision in the 10-mile plan. The 10-mile plan is a guidelines for development. They are not standards. Therefore, there are no exemptions.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sonia.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Burnt.
Question for Sonia. In your opinion, you feel like this development fits within the parameters of the 10-mile specific plan?
Mr. Mayor, Council, I think the question was, I couldn't quite hear, is if, in my opinion, this proposed development is consistent with the guidelines in the 10-mile plan?
Yes.
Did I get that correctly?
Yes.
Yes, I do believe it is consistent with the plan, with staff's development agreement, recommended development agreement provision about the garages being set back. And that is what the applicant is requesting a waiver on.
Mr. Mayor, follow up.
Councilman Schrader.
So, Sonia, are you in favor of granting that waiver, or do you think that it's important for the whole concept of the 10-mile plan to not grant that?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Strader, Council, staff's position is that development should be consistent with the 10-mile plan. However, it's under your purview to make any waivers to that.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilwoman Schrader.
Sorry, I'm gonna keep pulling it out of you, Sonia. Help me understand what the importance is of having that design element or standard within the 10-mile plan in terms of, by sticking strong to not giving a waiver on that, what are we achieving? Is it more cohesive with how the rest of the 10-mile plan will look? Just help me contextualize that a little bit and the importance of it.
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Strader, Council, of course, that is a guideline in the 10-mile plan, so that is what we expect of all development, residential development in the 10-mile plan. The 10-mile plan is more pedestrian-focused, pedestrian-oriented. These are very much garage vehicular dominated, the elevations as proposed. By setting the garages back 20 feet, it brings the living area appears to be closer to the street. I mean, it's a little closer setback. The garages are required to be a little further back, so it just makes the living area more prominent, as desired in the 10-mile plan. The 10-mile plan desires more traditional neighborhood design, and these are more just typical single-family detached like you see anywhere else in the city.
Thank you.
Council, any further questions at this time? If not, I see the applicant is with us, at least online. So we will turn this over to Mr. Schultz for 15 minutes. If you can state your name and address for the record.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
You
we
can
can.
see me. All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Matt Schultz, 8421 South 10 Mile in Meridian. Happy to be here tonight via Zoom. Up in McCall with the family, so I'm social distancing and getting the city council hearing in at the same time. It's great. So, can you guys hear me okay and see me okay?
We can hear you great, Matt.
Because I just got a little thing that said unstable on my screen, so I just had to make sure. So I appreciate Sonia's intro, although I think there's a little bit of confusion maybe that I seek to clarify before I jump into the details on the architecture and things like that. I just want to kind of step back and look at the high view on this particular parcel that late last year we thought we might try a little apartment site on a 4.97 acres that looked like another project that we did previous to that. Looked good, everybody liked it. They just didn't like how it meshed with the 10-mile plan on access and how things fronted. And they even, all of planning commission even said that they liked it. It's just that the biggest issue for them was one that even staff didn't even bring up, was it was a private apartment site with no connections. So it was kind of its own little thing. I got up there and said, hey, we don't have all the room for the alleys and the roads and the alleys and the roads to get all the different things 10-mile plan wants. And they said, well, maybe we should just wait for more property to come in. And I was like, wow, they really got me on that, because I could see council saying the same thing, is how are you going to connect to everybody else? So that's why we withdrew it. We didn't like our chances moving forward with council, although I'm not afraid of an appeal. Occasionally, this was one that we saw wasn't going to go anywhere, especially with how Commissioner Holland and everybody else chimed in about, hey, maybe it's not in the best interest of the city just to take this 5 acres only in. Let's just wait for more property to come in. It's like, oh, snap. So we kind of shook it off, started from scratch, got a little bit of inspiration from one in the area, Hensley Station, in terms of attached single family. One of the important things about this area for the city, having been involved in the 10-mile plan since its inception back in 2006, 2007, myself, across the street, and some other ones, was, hey, 10-mile interchange, we don't need density just for the sake of density. We want some nice density. We want, but we want that target for this particular parcel needs to be over 8 units to the acre, which is impossible to get with your standard single family detached. We looked at it that way. That's what we prefer, but it just couldn't get there. So we looked at the Hensley Station project, which has some attached, excuse me. These are just a couple duplexes that we have in some corners, but the main entryway is all traditional neighborhood, alley load, meaning porch front, promoting that sense of community and neighborhood community, and detached sidewalks. And that was the main design feature that we knew we had to have to, over there on the left, you can see the boulevard entryway, to have the design element that the 10-mile plan really promotes. Which we have on our entry. So 65% of our units, which is a good majority, are that de-emphasized. You got garages, but they're not on the main road. And then as you enter, the units that Sonia's talking about that we wanted a waiver on are the ones that back up to Franklin. And then there's a couple littles in the corners there that are the attached. They're not duplexes, they're zero lot line townhomes. So those are the ones we want a waiver on. We have 65% meeting the traditional neighborhood. If you look at Hensley Station, they had about 48%. Brea across the street had about 33%. I'm not sure about geez, I'm drawing a blank on the one on Overland and 10 Mile. They probably have something similar to Brea in that the design of the overall subdivision certainly de-emphasizes garages, although 100%, and this is where I take a little bit of an exception to staff's interpretation, that 100% of all units have to either be an alley loaded or meet this, I don't know what it looks like, 20 foot back from front garage. And we're not talking 20 foot back from the road, we're talking 20 foot back from the front. I still think that should be like a 2 instead of a 20. And the idea being back then, and I was involved in it, was to break up that front facade on the 2 stories so they're just not straight vertical. And I get it. That 20 foot is just something that if I could even visualize what that looked like or meant, we looked at an option. The only way you could potentially accomplish it would be to turn those units along Franklin sideways, lose 4 or 5, and have common driveways. And Planning Commission didn't like that. And I'm still not even sure how we meet that 20 foot back. But one of the big issues on this project is access. It's on Franklin, so it's got great access in terms of proximity to the 10-mile interchange. Franklin's been widened a few years ago. It's got the detached sidewalks. It's there. It's in. We're not waiting for anybody to come widen it. One of the problems is, since it's a major arterial, ACHD spacing says 1,320 feet, basically a quarter-mile spacing. Where we located ours was where it would work out good for this entry boulevard, but it's about 660 to the east and to the west. To the west, there's the one across the street on Brea, and to the east, there's one about 660 that's, I think it's called Entrada Farms or something like that. That's where the main access will be for this project long term. Short term, there's a 20-acre parcel north of us that kind of controls a lot of the access. And there's a stub street today from Entrada that's about 200 feet away in the north. So what we proposed to ACHD, and they did grant us the waiver to not meet the 1320 based on that entryway when the property to the north does develop and adequate access is provided, that would be converted to an emergency access only and pedestrian only. And they're having us trust, I believe, $10,000 for that up front, so they can come back in and put the bollards and maybe make a little tweak to the driveway. But other than that, we thought it was important to, even though we could have skimmed by potentially on the open space and the amenity, we thought it was important to put it in the open space and the amenity with this little project. To Councilman Hoagland's point, I was going to ask tonight for a waiver on the art at the entry. Not that I'm anti-art, I love art. I'm just not good at it. And I think this little site, which does not have permanent access on Franklin, probably isn't the most appropriate place for it, I guess, if you will. So Planning Commission loved it. They loved it better than I thought they would. They thought it was a great way to accomplish those things that are important in the 10-mile plan, which is that front eliminate just the straight garage front. They were in support of the waiver, not that like Sonia said, they liked our open space and they thought our architecture was good. We hired Houston Burgash to come up with the best thing he could come up with for this thing. And, in hindsight, maybe it's a little too expensive, but it looks great. It's what we want to do. And we think it'll be a good little infill, if you will, into a site and still provide all those future connections, for them that are important. In fact, Mark Bottles almost screwed me up a week before Planning Commission when he said he wanted me to move my stub street in that northwest corner to the north. And I went, I don't know how that's going to work. But what you see here is that move. It still miraculously worked out efficiently, and we're able to give him a little jog that ACHD approved that would have that road to the northwest line up in a spot that was better for him, better for that neighbor to the south. And this is one of those rare for me sites where I have all my neighbors happy, or they're just not here. They're not responding. I know it's kind of rare, especially for some higher density, but we think we have a high quality project. We think that granting the waiver, it does in no way diminish the compliance of this project with the 10-mile plan. As a bigger project, looking at the 65% that we do that are have the garage in the back of the house, if you will. These are actually a little bit bigger than Sonia said. Once they came out of the final architecture, after we submitted this, they're actually between about 1,600 and 1,800 square feet. 2-car garage, 2-car parking pad, plus all that on-street parking. So we really feel like we check all the boxes, and that this is a great little piece of the puzzle, the 10-mile plan that's been out there for about 15 years now and is just now kind of getting going and in a bigger way. So with that, I'd stand for any questions, and thanks for your time.
Thank you, Matt. Council, any questions?
All right now.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question.
Councilman Borton.
Hey, Matt?
Yeah.
You there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay, just to make sure you can hear me.
Yep.
So I want to, there's a lot that looks really good with this development. Covered patio, the front porch, the alley, though, there's really some neat design elements, but questions with regards to the 20-foot driveway requirement. What do we say to the property to the east or to the west who comes in and does the same thing, makes the same request, and then says, the Ascent Townhomes did it, so why shouldn't we do it? So help us understand why, what really is unique here that outweighs the principles that you were a part of that created this particular kind of requirement, but it's a pretty clear direction that any application should comply with this 10-mile plan, and why granting you a waiver doesn't really grant a waiver to anyone else along Franklin that could, the end result being a bunch of separate projects that lead to a long strip of garage fronts, which is exactly what that provision was intended to avoid.
Yeah, Councilman Borton, thanks for the question. If you're talking about along Franklin Road, we have a pretty short section there where we back up. And in my experience in laying out a lot of subdivisions over the years, when you do alleyways, there's always some that the geometry doesn't allow alleyways. You usually have your perimeter is non-alley, the interior is alley, and you have a mix. And that's why I'm a little surprised staff's digging in as deep as they are on the exactness that 100% of all units must be this, especially when it's something I don't have a picture of one of those houses that has a garage 20 feet back from the front of the house. We're not talking about anything about driveways here. We're not talking, we have 20-foot driveways, and and the structure is 20 feet back. We've got that covered. We're talking about from that point back, the garage has to be another 20 feet back. I don't know what that looks like. Staff hasn't been able to show me what that looks like. Somehow it's in that 10-mile plan. And I can tell you from all the other subdivisions that have been approved before, across the street, next door, and some other ones like that, they have a good mix. And the ones that are front loaded have some nice vertical differentiation like we have. They have a little bit of a setback or a front forward on the upper level. They've got porches and patios and eaves and eyebrows and all those words I don't know about that architects use. But at the end of the day, they don't have 20-foot garages set back from the front of the house. They don't. And so I'm a little bit concerned that it's in there, that it's being interpreted so harshly, I guess, in this particular case. And I mean no disrespect to the 10-mile plan. I was involved in it. I was in the steering committee on it when we did Berea, and we actually introduced architectural guidelines to help Berea that talked about having at least a 2-foot vertical offset between the upper and lower and all these features that you see here. And I think a 0 got added to that too somehow. I'm not sure. And I mean that seriously. And it's just, I don't know how it got in there. And it's just, if you look at anywhere else out there in the 10-mile plan, they don't have that. So in this particular case, where we back up to, we did it everywhere we could. We did the alleys everywhere we could in this thing. Where we back up to Franklin Road, we could front those out onto up Franklin. We could use that as the front door without a berm. We didn't think it was appropriate in this particular case because of being a major arterial. In this case, that we'd front it out that way. So we're trading out. We could have done a front door on Franklin. These could have been the same exact units we have in that entryway. We said no, and staff and P&Z all agreed, nah, we'd rather have a berm and a fence there instead of having those units face out into Franklin. So again, I think the intent was to honor the 10-mile plan, was to get as much as you could in there for non-front loaded, and we've done that. And so
That's so important.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Matt, I appreciate that background, and I'll leave you with a question that maybe you can come back with at the end after public. But what I was just trying to get my head around was, is it your perspective that it's a requirement of the plan that you're requesting a waiver from, or is it your perspective that you don't believe a waiver is necessary because the plan doesn't really require it? And you can answer that at the tail end, but that's what I was trying to get around, because I was more concerned with it requires it and you needed a waiver. But if your perspective is you don't think that the 10-mile plan actually requires what's being asked of you, then no waiver would be necessary, and I wouldn't have as much concern that some exception could be replicated elsewhere. So we can cover that at the back end too.
I appreciate that. We'll just see what else comes up. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks, Matt.
Councilwoman Schrader, did you still have a question?
No, I think that was along the lines of what my question was. I guess it's what I'm struggling with a little bit. I hear that other projects have not met this design requirement. It sounds like maybe the design requirement for 100% is unworkable, but it's hard to contextualize it if I haven't seen what's possible. I mean, so if staff has some, more innovative thinking about design that we're just not seeing as part of the 10-mile plan that we had sort of envisioned, or is it just that for a parcel of this size, it's an unworkable requirement? I kind of want to hear staff's opinion about, should we really be asking people to do something more innovative in their design? Is it realistic that it's difficult to meet this requirement? And would a hard requirement for 65%, be something that makes sense here from staff's perspective?
And Sonia, just to add on to that question, the applicant made a comment about, is it a typo? And or do we have examples? I've been trying to rack my brain about a 20-foot. I think my house is probably 14 to 15, but I'm just curious.
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Strader, Council, I'll respond to the Mayor's question first. All garages, the face of garages are required to be set back 20 feet from the back of curb if there's a detached sidewalk, or the back of sidewalk if it's attached. And that allows adequate room for a car to be parked on the parking pad without hanging out over the sidewalk where pedestrians are at. So in this case, the R15 district has a 10-foot building setback to living area and a 20-foot setback to face of garage. So I believe that these are proposed, the living area is proposed basically on the same plane at 20 feet. I can't speak to if it was a typo or not. As far as I'm aware, it's not a typo. The intent is to have some variety in the wall planes and to make the elevations less garage dominated and more traditional neighborhood design. I was not involved in the 10-mile plan though, so all I can offer.
Were we able to find, are there renderings or examples of these types of elevations?
I do not have any. In order to do this, the lots would have to be wider, likely, which has an effect on the overall density. It would decrease the density if we did that. And with the types of dwelling units proposed, then it would likely kick the density below that desired in the 10-mile plan, or it would be close anyway. I'm not sure. Maybe the applicant can speak to that if he.
And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hijack Councilwoman Schrader's question. Just trying to add to it, but I want to make sure she gets her questions answered as well.
Yeah, I believe I've responded to her questions as she asked. Correct me if I'm wrong, Councilman Strader.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
I think we had the same question. It was like, show me what I'm not seeing, which is a really difficult request, but if I haven't seen something innovative that is a way of accomplishing this, I guess my next question would more be to the applicant. You know, it sounds like 65% of your units are trying to meet the spirit of this requirement. Are there additional things you could do that don't involve 20 feet that would make this less garage dominant? So like I'm looking at the rendering in the lower left-hand corner. I think if I was walking past that, I would be seeing a lot of garage. Is there another way of trying to accomplish the spirit of what we're trying to do, is break up this sort of visual of garages?
All right. Council Administrator, thank you. Sonia, can you flip back to the ones that do meet the, I'm tired of looking at those ones along Franklin for now. Yeah, there's kind of more the traditional, as you walk along, all front doors and windows and porches along our main entry road. And then the bottom is actually what you would see from the alley, from the public alley, which you're always going to see a garage somewhere, just where is it? And in this case, it's off the alley. If you drive down the alley, you'll see a bunch of garages. If you drive down the main road, you won't. As you first drive in, that's what you're going to see, is just what you see in the upper left-hand corner. If you look right or left, you'll see kind of what looks like the bottom one. Staff did have us break up those garages, which we didn't really like so much, into two bays, if you will, instead of one large garage door, which depends on your opinion on whether that helps or not, you know, showing more individual garages or less bigger doors. But that was one of the suggestions, that they get broken up. And so what you see here is an evolution that went back and forth before the final P&Z hearing between our architect and staff on how they could dress these up to better, to your point, Council Administrator, you know, what can we do instead of doing that? And if you can go back to that original one, Sonia, that we were staring at for a long time with these are the ones. These are actually there's only two of these. There's one of these at the very southeast corner, and there's one in the northwest corner. If you can flip back one, Sonia, I think it's the 4-plex front loads. Yeah, that's where those two were. Thanks. And if you could flip back one. Yeah, this is more, I believe, yeah, there's two different options here. And now what's going on here? I'm not sure what's going on here, but I think the idea was this more shows the 4, and maybe there's two different options on the 4, but kind of breaking it up, showing those overhangs over the garages, which you don't have to do, you know, but that breaks up that straight front vertical plane that you sometimes get, which doesn't look very good. And so those overhangs, which create kind of a porch look over the garage. If you look at the roof line above it, there's some articulation on that to break up that front facade. So a lot of these things were done to counteract that. Now back to this whole 20-foot back, I can't find it either. I don't know what it looks like. If we had to, you know, lose 5 or 6 lots to turn a few units sideways along Franklin to meet it, I'm still not sure what it would look like. But I do know that it would be counterproductive to the idea of efficiency in housing, which is what the 10-mile plan is all about. So that's why, I mean, I hate to see it. I hate to see us be, you know, debating on this one issue. I know P&Z was like, yeah, we like this a lot, and we're okay with, you know, with it being waived if it needs to be waived, you know, if that is indeed the mechanism that needs to be applied here. But back to Joe Borton's question about how do we prevent this from happening either way. There's only one little parcel to the east of us. It's about 1 acre, and there's a couple acres to the west. And I think that those may be able to incorporate like half and half or a portion and still meet the spirit of the 10-mile. And they may ask for the same thing we did, which was instead of fronting these units out onto Franklin, which is a major arterial, let's grant the waiver, if you will, and put a berm there. And that's kind of the trade-off in this particular issue. I don't think you open up a whole can of worms with other sites in the 10-mile plan by doing this. It's a very location-specific situation that I think we provided a good solution to.
Thanks.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Maybe changing gears. Matt, can we talk a little bit about what looks like is maybe a private drive? Sonia, if you wouldn't mind pulling up maybe the parking map that you had. Perfect. So I was trying to, Matt, I was trying to understand on this map, I see on the left-hand side, public and private.
That private shouldn't be there, Mr. Kavanagh. I'm sorry, it was a typo. It's a public alley. Both of them are public alleys. We used to have a private drive before Bottles got involved and maybe jockey some stuff around, and that's where that got left in there. Sorry about the confusion, but that is public alley on both sides, and then the red area is a full width detached sidewalk. You can park on the road, width road there, where we could show on-street parking.
Okay, thanks. And Sonia, can you maybe advance a slide that shows kind of the landscape layout? Great. So, Matt, help me. When you took a look at this, recognize there's some really unique challenges with this piece of land.
Yeah.
You know that I'm always more supportive of more on-street parking than less. And I'm just curious from that alley if there were architectural challenges or elevation challenges that kind of prevented doing that alley as a public street that would allow for some on-street parking.
Councilman Kavanagh, we just looked at it from going west to east. You know, hey, we know we need alleys on both sides of this thing, so let's just lay this out all the way across. What we have left on the east side is either open space or parking. I mean, we could put more parking in that open space area over there off the alley, where we're showing the playground. There's room in there to add probably about 5 to 8 more spaces and still maintain the playground and still maintain that if we think we need some more. We thought having the extra 30 was good, but I did look at it that open space over there is very, very ample, and you can't front lots onto it. So we might as well you could put some parking in it, potentially.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I wonder, and you know, human nature is kind of a funny thing. I feel like you're gonna get some parking there, whether it's allowed or not. We see that, you know, in developments large and small that for whatever reason people don't walk or ride their bike or roller skate or whatever to their open space. They sometimes drive over there. And does that create an unnecessary challenge?
That open space on the east side, no. I mean, it's an easy thing to do. The geometrics work. It's been a while since I looked at it, but it was something between 5 and 8 spots would fit, no sweat, in there, and still maintain ample open space, room for the playground, all that good stuff.
It's like you anticipated my next question is it wouldn't impact your open space requirements. So
no,
great. Thanks, Matt.
Yeah, we could take it down a little bit.
Okay.
Council, any further questions? Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone sign up?
Mr. Mayor, we did not.
Okay. Is there anybody in the public who would like to testify on this application? Or is there anybody online who would like to provide testimony using the Zoom app? If so, you should just click the raise your hand button. Give this a second to see if anybody, I don't see anybody in the audience looking to testify. Madam Clerk, if you just confirm we have no one that's raised their hand.
Mr. Mayor, confirmed.
Okay. Then, Mr. Schultz, any last comments?
I think as I will squeeze in Mr. Borton's answer and Ms. Strader's question, I'm sorry I commingled them, but I tried to get it all answered there about why I don't think that this is a special exception if you do approve this as submitted and proposed. Just a reminder, we would like to get that art requirement waived if possible, and if not, we'll think of something that, you know. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Schultz, Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
Mr. Schultz, are you still there?
I am.
How you
Hello.
doing, man?
Good.
Good. Good to see you again. One question for you. So Ms. Rader asked a question in regard to the spirit of the ask. Would you be opposed to moving that set, the garage back 5 feet or more, just to see what that looks like, or see, to coincide with what the 10-mile specific plan is asking for?
Councilman Burnt, thank you for the question, and I don't want to say no. I definitely would say, yeah, 5 feet, big deal. But at the same time, I think that with the other additional architectural features, we accomplished that same intent of breaking up that front plane, which is really the intent, because there was some bad architecture going around 15 years ago. I don't know if you remember, some really bad vertical 2-story jack-o'-lantern looking garage door, 2 windows, straight vertical 20 feet. And I, we're not going to mention any names, but that was real back then. And we had some architectural guidelines that we submitted that broke up that front plane. It didn't say anything about 20. It did say something about 2, at least breaking it by 2. Now you're saying 5, which, okay, maybe we could make an appropriate 5, but sure. I'm sure we could do 5.
So, Mr. Mayor, follow up?
Councilman Burnt.
So by moving it back 5, would that just move the back of the house more, or would that encroach into living space? How would that, there was a question asked before about what does this look like? And I'm trying to picture this in my mind as well.
I think the idea is to break up the front plane. So it's not moving the whole house back 5 feet. It's breaking up that top story and the bottom story. It's breaking it up. So what that would look like would be, like Sonia said, the code allows living space to be within 10 feet of the back of walk. And we do that all the time with even garage fronted stuff. If they're wider, in this case, they're narrow, so there's not a lot of living space to push out on the side of the garage, but on a wider lot, you push out the front. It still doesn't talk to this 20 foot from the front of the house. I guess that might be an extra 10 feet. I don't know. It's just kind of a different deal that I can't conceptualize either, but I think it's about breaking up that front plane, and our architectural features, even before you asked me that 5-foot question, we believe accomplished that. And that's working between staff and the architect that, hey, if we can't get it, can you give us something else? And that's what they came, but I didn't get in the middle of it. I said, hey man, give me your best shot. And that's what they came up with, was those architectural features.
Mr. Mayor.
And there is design review required on this. Sorry about that. There is a design review application after this required on this, that hopefully we wouldn't have that 20-foot back requirement, but everything else would still be design reviewed.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
One of the things I've noticed, I used to commute a little bit down Ustick Road, and it's in the city of Boise, and one concern I see with those homes butting against Franklin, and if we require some changes to that, these homes, it's a small development, infill structure, 10 to 12 homes on each side with an alley. But they move those homes, as Mr. Schultz was saying, they want a berm, they want to have some yard. They moved them right up to the sidewalk, and that's their front door. And Ustick now is very, very busy. And I look at that, I drive past, and I thought, those poor people. It is an area of no use. You cannot sit out there on the porch. They have a front door and a little porch. And the traffic, and you're just not that far away. I think there's detached sidewalk. But traffic is zooming by, and so all they have is the back. And I much prefer having a berm and the ability to people have some sort of backyard, some private space to do that, even though it might sacrifice the fact that these 12, 13 can't remember the count right there along Franklin, has, you know, we sacrifice a 20-foot, extra 20 feet and have a 40-foot long driveway for a home that has no yard whatsoever. So it puts more pressure on the open space. But that's just an observation I had, that for a home just like that, same setting, busy street, same type of home, right up against a major road. And I did find it ironic that as Councilman Kavanagh was talking about, you know, parking space, which we're always concerned about, is it adequate? We're within the 10-mile plan, and our whole goal there is to create more walkability. So we're creating more parking space. So it's just an interesting dynamic. And my other comment, I think when it comes to public art, yeah, I'm surprised about that. Nothing to hang my hat over. And if Mr. Schultz gets this is his one opportunity to do a statue of himself right there as public art.
There's a grizzly bear going to go in.
Since my life is a song, all I could think about from Councilman Kavanagh's comments was they're going to pave paradise and put in a parking lot, and taking away open space and greenery from people for parking is a struggle for me personally, no matter what the size in this case, as we know that that's what people are asking more of.
Yeah, one more question.
Councilman Schrader.
Question for the applicant. Looking at some of the renderings, and maybe back to the question about how much do we want people in 10-mile and denser housing to rely on cars versus other modes of transportation. Are some of the garages double garages, or are each of those designated to an individual townhome?
Councilman Strader, those are all two-car garage with each townhome. So there's plenty of parking, and so there's the argument, like you say, are we encouraging pedestrian activity by giving them plenty of parking space? And in all actuality, people park one car in there, if at all, and they store some stuff in there, and then they use their driveway to park their cars. And I don't know. It's promoting walkability by eliminating driveway, or, garage spaces. I don't know. We're kind of trying to push up the values and the sizes, and we'll see how this works out here. That's why we had to throw the amenity in there. We thought we didn't want to just skim on by. Want to do something nice, so we're going for size and amenity, and still hit some density. And so it's a little bit of a puzzle that we think we've been able to kind of hit with this one. So
quick follow-up.
Sure.
So one issue that we've run into, there's a concern that even though people have a garage for their car, it becomes this is Councilman Kavanagh's thing, and I've taken it to heart. It becomes like this garage becomes their storage facility. Can a car, I mean, maybe not a giant truck, but can a car still fit in these driveways if we don't have the setback that's normally required?
Yes, thanks, Councilman Strader. These are all your standard 20 feet. You're not going to get your F-350. Your F-350 is probably going to overhang a foot or two, but your standard car fits great. This is your standard driveway setback that you'll see on all the homes. Are doing an R4 even, or R8. I mean, this is it, and so it's a standard 20 foot from the back of curb that these builders, sometimes they'll do 25, but usually they go up to the 20. And if the guy's a really, really long truck, he's hanging a little bit into the sidewalk, but other than that, they fit.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Bongiorno.
Mayor and City Council, Councilwoman Strader and Kavanagh. This one obviously is a big thing for me with the parking, and Matt and I have talked many, many times about parking, and those 20-foot alleys, will be signed, no parking fire lane, which is enforceable by Meridian PD. Because I have a certain development down off records that they will park 3 in the driveway. They'll put 2 in the driveway, and then they'll park a third halfway in the street across the back. So we've had many discussions with our developers, and I'm pushing that no parking fire lane sign because it's in our city code that police can write a ticket against it. So, and then obviously we're encouraging the HOAs to do their own managing of parking themselves, but it always seems to be an issue, and that's why, you know, we're trying to show you these parking plans and stuff ahead of time, just to make sure that, you know, everybody's happy with what's being developed.
Council, any further questions, or do I have any motions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I would move that we close the public hearing for H 2020-0039.
Second.
Item 6B.
I have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I'll take a stab at this.
Councilman Hoagland.
It is reading through the minutes from the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, and it was not knowing what the plan was before that did not come before council. It was interesting to note that this, according to the commissioners, had high praise for this plan over the previous plan, and that there are certain elements that really does help for connectivity, and I'm glad to see that works out here, because that can be very difficult and can stop a plan in its tracks. That he was able to work out with neighbors on both sides to work out access issues, and we have emergency access and a temporary entryway from Franklin that will eventually close up, and really for 5 acres, you know, you look at it as an infill project, even though it's the first one there. It's one that lays out very nicely, gives ample open space, and a range of houses that I think will work for people. And so with that thinking, Mr. Mayor, I would move approval of H 2020-0039, and that item that approved the waiver of the DA provision number A.F as requested, and that all other items as presented in the staff report for hearing date June 23rd be included in the approval.
Second.
Second. I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
a question for Councilmember Hoagland. I didn't know if his motion, maybe he touched on it or maybe I missed it. Anything included in your motion regarding some reduction of the open space around the playground area for additional parking?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Cavanagh, if that's something, you know, that you truly think is necessary, I didn't see it as necessary. I mean, there's 32 parking spaces, and it's that give up open space for parking, you know, and that, you know, that's one of those things that's just kind of in the eye of the beholder. If you think it's necessary, you know, I'm not opposed to that. You know, I could be swayed, but to me, the value of the open space and those amenities, with the 32 parking spaces that are extra on top of the driveways, just, yeah.
Mr. Mayor. Oh, go ahead, Councilmember.
Councilman Cavanagh.
I appreciate Councilmember Hoagland's comments. It's obviously not, I think, the most critical element of this, just more trying to get clarification on the motion.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
I think it's tough. It's a tough balance. I think on this one, I'd rather see the emphasis on the open space and hope that the residents will embrace a more sort of pedestrian mindset. We'll have to see. I think for me on this one important consideration, I know we have some limited capacity in these schools. I think on our next discussion, we'll have a more robust discussion about the schools' low unit count relative to the number of students coming in. And this is an area that we have planned on having density. And so I think that's why I'm supportive of it. It seems pretty well thought out. I would just ask the applicant to try during the design portion of the review with staff to try to do what you can to get everybody feeling good that you're meeting the spirit of the 10-mile design, what it was intended to meet. So that's it.
And Mr. Mayor, I didn't include it in my motion because I think it's part of the process already, is just the fact that the applicant would work with staff on the placement of the public art and be part of the streetscape. I don't think that was required to be in the motion, but that was my thinking on that as well.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Borton.
I agree with the motion and the reasoning behind it. I think it's very sound and the application makes sense. I, in particular, appreciate staff's adherence to the 10-mile plan and its directives. I think Matt has done a good job in walking the line, and Ty sort of goes to the applicant, in my eyes, on this one with regards to maybe some unique features with this infill project. It's small size, it's the small percentage of product that is implicated with this 20-foot driveway issue. I think it's going to be the rare exception when those components of the 10-mile plan are waived. This might be one of those rare situations, so I'm worried about precedent, but I think the applicant's done a good job in trying to craft how this one is unique enough that it warrants that waiver. So that's one of the reasons, among others, that I'm supportive of the application.
Mr. Mayor? Excuse me, may I clarify the motion? The only change to the staff report that I caught was the change to development agreement provision AF to not require the garage to be set back 20 feet from the living area facade. Was that correct, Councilman Holguin?
Mr. Mayor, Sonia, yes, that was correct.
Okay, thank you.
To follow up, Mr. Mayor, do I need to include about the public art placement?
That is already a provision in the development agreement.
Mr. Mayor, Sonia, that's what I thought, so I thought we were
Thank you.
there.
Council, any further discussion on the motion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Borton?
Aye.
Cavanagh?
Aye.
Strader?
Aye.
Hoagland?
Aye.
Burnt?
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries. Thank you. Council, I'm going to, we didn't really get a break between. Does anybody need a 5-minute recess before we go into the last one, or people just want to go?
Mr. Mayor, I'm comfortable with moving forward if the council is, but if someone wants to take a quick break, I'm supportive of that as well.
I don't see anybody requesting a break, so with that, we will move on to, I got to get back to my right piece of paperwork. I can't use my fingers, so lick my 6C. Item 6C, a public hearing for Tanner Creek subdivision, H 2020-0024. I will open this public hearing with staff comments.
Moving in. Mr. Mayor, Council, the next item and the final item before you tonight is a request for a development agreement modification, a rezone, a preliminary plat, and a conditional use permit. This site consists of 38 acres of land. It's owned CG, and it's located at 675 West Waltman Lane, west of Meridian Road on the north side of I-84. This property was annexed back in 2008 with a concept plan for a commercial development consisting of commercial, office, and hotel uses. However, the property was not developed as planned. In 2018, a plan was submitted very similar to that proposed with the subject application that was denied. At that time, the property was designated on the future land use map as commercial, and a map amendment to medium high density residential was proposed. Because the city was working on a new comprehensive plan for the city at that time, which included changes to the future land use map, council determined it was not in the best interest of the city to approve the application at that time and preferred the applicant participate in the comprehensive plan update that was in process rather than making changes to the map outside of that process. As part of that process, the future land use map designation for this site was changed. The current comprehensive plan future land use map designation is medium density residential, which is a 3-acre strip along the west boundary of the site, as you can see on this map here on your left, and mixed-use community on the remainder of the site. The applicant is requesting a modification to the existing development agreement to replace the agreement with a new agreement allowing a mix of single-family residential detached, townhomes, and multifamily residential apartment uses to develop on the site in place of the commercial development previously proposed. The existing development agreement includes 2 different conceptual development plans as shown, which depict 400,000 square feet of professional office, hotel, big box retail, and smaller retail spaces. The proposed development plan, as shown, depicts a mix of single-family residential, townhome, and multifamily residential uses, which will provide a transition in zoning and uses to the existing homes to the west and existing and future residential uses to the north, with multifamily as a transition to future commercial and office uses to the east. Because the development plan for this site has completely changed from the concept commercial development previously approved, and the terms of the agreement are no longer applicable, staff is supportive of the request for a new development agreement to replace the existing one. A rezone of 38.47 acres of land from the CG to the R8 district, which consists of 10.13 acres, the R15 district, which consists of 12.2 acres, and the R40 district, which consists of 16.14 acres, is proposed consistent with the comprehensive plan future land use map designations for this site. A preliminary plat is proposed consisting of 142 buildable lots and 18 common lots on 38 acres of land. The plat is proposed to develop in 4 phases as shown on the phasing plan on the right. The off-site construction of a bridge over the 10-Mile Creek and extension of Corporate Drive from the north to Waltman Lane with a detached 5-foot sidewalk along the east side of the street is proposed to take place prior to issuance of building permits in Phase 1. The off-site replacement of the bridge over the 10-Mile Creek and widening of Waltman Lane and construction of a 5-foot wide detached sidewalk along the north side of Waltman to Meridian Road is proposed prior to issuance of building permits in Phase 3. And construction of the berm along I-84 with associated Phases 3 and 4. Because noise from the freeway will affect future residents in this area, staff is recommending noise abatement in the form of a berm and wall, as proposed, is constructed in its entirety with the first phase of development as a provision of the development agreement. Additionally, staff recommends the Waltman Lane improvements, including the bridge, take place prior to issuance of building permits in Phase 2 rather than Phase 3 as originally proposed. A conditional use permit for a multifamily development consisting of 272 apartment units on 16 acres of land in the R4 zoning district is proposed. Access is proposed via the extension of Ruddy Drive, a local street at the west boundary of the site, and 2 accesses from Waltman Lane, a future collector street at the north boundary of the site. 1 public street connection in the single-family residential portion and 1 driveway connection in the multifamily residential portion of the development. Public streets and alleys and common driveways are proposed for internal access within the single-family residential portion of the site, with private driveways within the multifamily residential portion. Parking is proposed for the multifamily development in excess of the minimum UDC standards. A total of 518 spaces are required and 548 spaces are proposed for a total of 30 extra spaces. A detached 10-foot wide sidewalk is planned along the south side of Waltman Lane. Internal pedestrian pathways are proposed through the central common area to amenities in the single-family portion of the development and provide connectivity to the common areas and amenities in the multifamily portion. A 10-foot wide segment of the city's regional multi-use pathway system is proposed along the west side of the 10 Mile Creek along the east boundary of the site with a pedestrian bridge over the creek for interconnectivity with the future commercial development. A 20-foot wide landscape street buffer is required along Waltman Lane, and a 50-foot wide buffer is required along I-84. The buffer along Waltman is proposed to contain a 3-foot tall berm, and the buffer along Interstate 84 is proposed to contain a 9-foot tall berm with a 5-foot tall wall on top to buffer residential uses from the noise of the freeway. Qualified open space and site amenities are proposed in excess of UDC standards. A total of 3.14 acres, or 14.3% of common open space and amenities consisting of children's play equipment, pathways, and a basketball court are proposed in the single-family portion, and 4.07 acres, or 25.7% of common area and amenities consisting of a clubhouse, swimming pool, shade structure, fire pit, internal pathway, a segment of the city's regional pathway with a pedestrian bridge across the creek, and children's play equipment are proposed in the multifamily portion. Conceptual building elevation photos were submitted for the proposed 1- and 2-story single-family homes with a mix of alley and front-loaded units, 2-story townhomes, and 2- and 3-story multifamily structures. The 3-story apartment buildings will be located along the east boundary adjacent to future commercial uses. Single-family homes along the south boundary will be a single story in height. The Commission recommended approval of the proposed applications. Matt Schultz, Schultz Development, the applicant's representative, testified in favor of the application. No one testified in opposition. Claire Manning commented on the application, and written testimony was received from Michael Swenson and Bill Kissinger. The key issues discussed at the public hearing from public testimony are as follows. Concern pertaining to the density proposed, opinion that it's too high for this area, and the resulting traffic, opinion that Waltman Lane and the Meridian Road Waltman Lane intersection can't handle the amount of traffic the proposed development will generate. Opinion that Ruddy Drive shouldn't be extended with this development, concerns pertaining to traffic and safety. Opposition to the project due to the traffic concerns and feeling that Waltman and the Waltman Meridian Road intersection can handle the traffic generated from the proposed development, and the need for sidewalks on both sides of Waltman, not just one. And finally, concerns pertaining to emergency access to the site. Overcrowding in area schools, traffic, provision of sidewalks, bike lanes, preference for the property to develop with commercial uses to bring more jobs to Meridian. Key issues of discussion by the Commission were as follows. Question to the applicant if amenities in the multifamily development, i.e. the clubhouse and swimming pool, will be shared with the single-family portion of the development. The answer was no. Concern pertaining to the extension of Ruddy Drive and the need for additional traffic calming for safety on Ruddy Drive and Kearney Avenue to Waltman Lane. Concern that a lot of traffic from the neighboring subdivision to the west will cut through this development. Concern that only residential uses and not a mix of uses are proposed on this site as desired in the mixed-use community designated areas. Opinion that the proposed layout provides a good transition between single-family homes and future commercial development to the east. Desire for a larger, more concentrated open space area in the multifamily portion of the site. And concern pertaining to the proposed phasing plan and bringing construction traffic through the built portion in phases 1 and 2 to phases 3 and 4 at the back of the development. The Commission made the following changes to the staff recommendation. They modified BA provision A1C to require all of the improvements to Waltman Lane west of the 10 Mile Creek Bridge to be completed prior to issuance of building permits in phase 2, and the off-site reconstruction and widening of the bridge across the 10 Mile Creek and associated widening of Waltman Lane, including the off-site construction of a detached 5-foot wide sidewalk along the north side of Waltman to Meridian Road to be completed prior to issuance of building permits in phase 3 of the development instead of phase 2. and include a new condition requiring traffic calming measures to be implemented where Ruddy Drive connects to the subdivision at the west boundary of the site as allowed by ACHD. Outstanding issues for council tonight are as follows. There's 3 issues. The commission directed the applicant to consider and be prepared to discuss the possibility of reconfiguring the open space area in the multifamily portion to increase the open space in that area. The commission requested the council determine if the density is too high in the R40 zone portion of the site and if they feel comfortable with the number of units proposed. And finally, the commission requested the applicant to reconsider and be prepared to discuss with the council the phasing plan related to construction traffic going through the proposed neighborhood, as I previously mentioned, as well as timing of roadway improvements and whether or not that phasing should be reconfigured. Written testimony has been received since the commission hearing from the following folks: Carolyn Harris, Janice Wright, Kelsey Lorcher, Dan Thaden, Bobby and Larissa Owen, Bill Kissinger, Claire Manning, Dwayne Weidenheft and Jane Brandt, Karen Christensen, Kim Cooey, Melvin Watts, Bethany Clough, Julie Williams, and Michael and Nancy Swenson. Overall concerns pertain to school overcrowding, traffic, preference for commercial or low-density mixed use rather than residential, preference for the site to develop with uses that bring more jobs to the community instead of high-density residential. Staff will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Sonia. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
I'll take a shot at, I'll just get right to the heart of one of my concerns. So we may not have an answer for this, but this is a kind of analysis that I think we need to be able to do with the school district. So I'm looking at the public testimony, the letter that was received from Kelsey Lorcher, and I believe Ms. Lorcher has calculated other developments that are delivering in the next 12 months, using the school district's formula, how many, seats that results in. We have some capacity here in these schools, but really getting to the heart of, for what is already being delivered today, and I'm not sure this is accurate, but a certain amount of these kids are going to graduate per year. I'm following her math. It looks like, at least at the elementary school, taking that as an example, that with this application, we will be 116 students over capacity. And I wanted to know from Sonia if we have sort of checked that math, if that seems consistent with what we have heard and what we have approved. If she has any commentary on that.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Strader, Council, the school district's letter, as you stated, it shows that enrollment currently is under capacity, and due to the amount of growth in the area is also stated in the school district's letter. The school is actively building new schools, and boundaries are always changing. So it's really something that we can't anticipate where these additional kids will land, so to speak.
Sonia, I believe the question she's trying to get at is, did we look at the other developments that are in this school-zoned area to determine whether or not the information provided by the citizen was accurate or not?
I did not, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader, is that that's what you were looking at, if I wasn't mistaken?
Yeah, thank you. That I was trying to, I was excited because the concept follows what I think we've been hoping to achieve, which is to sort of figure out where is there capacity in the district for what we've approved. What are we really looking at here? If there's capacity elsewhere, that makes sense to me, but I'm just trying to get a picture. It's one thing to say there's capacity, but it's another thing if we know for sure that this will be far, far over capacity. So I'm trying to contextualize the numbers I'm looking at. We can come back to this. I have a second question.
Council, any other questions for staff at this time?
Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, maybe one more.
Councilman Schrader.
If Sonia could just walk through the thinking on how this is consistent with the future, with the flume, like how is this use consistent with the comprehensive plan, and just explain, I'm not seeing commercial. We are really heavily reliant right now on residential as a city, and just explain the thinking of why this kind of fits in with what we're looking for.
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Strader, as stated in the staff report, staff's analysis on consistency with the comprehensive plan was based on the adjacent medium density residential future land use designation, floating, so to speak, to approximately half of this property, which the new comprehensive plan allows without an amendment to the map. Staff felt this was appropriate due to the existing single-family residential uses to the west and those to the north, existing and future medium-density residential uses planned through the comprehensive plan for that area. Staff felt it was more appropriate than commercial uses on the land that's west of the creek due to traffic and the existing nature of the area. The commercial uses previously anticipated to develop on this site would generate a whole lot more traffic in this area. And staff felt it was more appropriate for the commercial uses to be closer to Meridian Road and the commercial uses on the north side of Waltman as well.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Hoagland.
Yeah, to follow up in that same vein of questioning, I like the fact that they are stepping where the residential is in volume, and then the greater volume will be butting up against commercial. And Sonia is correct about the amount of traffic generated by commercial versus residential. But Sonia, where I was kind of curious about, it's a mixed use, and we are just applying, the applicant is coming in with just one portion of the mixed use and not the other portion. So is it possible we don't know what a future development would come in for. They could also apply mixed use, put in one strip mall, and the rest could be residential. So is that allowed? I mean, is it totally up to the council, future commission and council, to determine what that next parcel will look like? Or are there things in place in our plan that's that's the commercial component of this whole thing if we look at it? Or do they become two separate entities?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Hoagland, again, as staff's recommendation was based on floating, for lack of a better word, the medium density residential in place of that mixed use community on the western portion of the property. So really the only portion that would be in the mixed use community is the multifamily, which is the multifamily with the creek in between provides a nice break and transition to future commercial development. So the multifamily is really the only component at this time proposed in that mixed use. So to answer your question, we can't control in the future, what comes in on the remainder of the mixed use community. But what's proposed with this site is staff does feel is consistent with that mixed use designation.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I might follow up and make sure I interpret that. So what I hear is, Sonia, it really is incumbent upon us that if we truly want this to be a true mixed-use area, we will have to be very careful what comes in for that commercial component to make sure that is more towards the commercial side as opposed to meet the mixed-use designation as opposed to all residential. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Hoagland, correct. There could be more residential as part of that, maybe some, vertically integrated, commercial office uses. Sure.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sonia, appreciate it.
Council, any additional questions for staff? Okay. If not, we'll send this over to the applicant for 15 minutes. Mr. Schultz.
All right. Hey, it's Matt Schultz again, 8421 South 10 Mile and Meridian. I've never gotten this lucky getting 2 hearings in one night. So it's kind of efficient in that regard. I'm glad to be back after almost 2 years since I think at least 3 of you were at the hearing 2 years ago, August, who's counting, that we were denied. It was kind of a somber mood that night. You guys just gotten out of a big budget hearing meeting and you were tired, and here's a bunch of apartments, the comp plan had just started, and what the heck you doing here, Matt? It's not the time to talk about this kind of stuff. I mean, that's kind of my synopsis of what Sonia said. It wasn't in the best interest of the city at this time, given the fact that the comp plan was underway, which I didn't really like, but I could respect. And we did knuckle down, and we're patient people, and we participated in the comp plan update. Jim Conger was in it. I was in it. John Wardle was in it. I think Jorgensen was there, along with some citizens at large and some city staff. And we had a very good banter back and forth about all the whys and wherefores of development and comp plans and all that good stuff. This one came out. I didn't know how it was going to come out in the final plan, to be honest with you, after our discussions. And it came out mixed use, which was kind of our initial presentation 2 years ago was, hey, this is a non-starter for commercial back here in the back, over a quarter mile back from Meridian Road. Even though it's on the highway, commercial does not like to be that far back. In fact, today it's even worse with the internet sales and all that. But back in 05, I think that was a very speculative shot that they were going for way back in there, that some big box would come in and do that, and they hit the downturn. It's just a non-starter. But you do have to look at the overall corner. Back at that time as well, ITD owned, I think, I've got a little diagram here, 13 acres on the hard corner with the interchange that was, where they had their big pile of sand or salt or whatever. And then redid the Meridian interchange after this was zoned, before my time. That got auctioned off to Hawkins companies. And at the time, I was like, man, it's just a matter of time before he assembles the rest of it and turns it into a commercial project on that corner. I mean, why would you buy that corner? And Hawkins is a commercial developer. So it was interesting, before the P&Z meeting, 2 years went by, or almost 2 years, I went and looked at the ownerships out there, and Hawkins owned a bunch more properties around that piece. And they actually came to our neighborhood meeting, and they were concerned that they would have to do residential because they would love to do a mixed use commercial and office. I thought, well, perfect. Because we want to do residential, you want to do that. And I know anything can happen, anything can change, but that's where it's kind of teed up right now. We both have the same engineer. You haven't seen anything from them yet. They own everything now, except, at least the last time I checked, and things change, except for the 3 acres in our in our common northeast corner, where we abut along the 10 Mile drain. There's 3 1-acre parcels where there's 3 residences there, but they own the other, let's see here, 11 parcels they've assembled. So, and we've assembled 9 parcels. And that's the good thing about these assemblages. They could be tough, but obviously you're not getting something where you're trying to figure out how to do 5 acres. We have the ability on both these parcels to do a comprehensive layout plan, integrate the uses, get all your alleys and roads and open space where you need it. And that's what's good about these bigger parcels. This one's challenging. It's along the highway. We're proposing single-story homes in a large berm and wall along I-84, and then we are setting back our apartments down there and having them 2-story along the highway as well to mitigate that as best we can. But we really do think that this is the west residential portion of a 70-acre mixed use, if you will, project. We have a pedestrian connection between the two to try to encourage pedestrian traffic, which we always like to do. Pedestrian bridge, can't drive over it, right in the middle. We're going to shift that to line up with them wherever it makes sense. We'll work together on it. But what we have here is something that went through 2 years ago. P&Z liked it, ACHD liked it, got to city council, and the timing was just bad. The timing is good now, in that it's the same plan but better. One of the things when we came in, the staff, the second time around, they didn't let us rest on our original site plan. They said, hey, can you integrate that the single family and the apartments a little better. This plan you see in front of you here, we used to have in that big central open space, we had lots on the east side, and that driveway connection was shifted to the south. And it just looked very like there was just a wall there. There was no integration. And we worked out with staff that, hey, what if you turn the lots to the north, move that access to the north? We added some parking in that connection area, some detached sidewalks instead of just a road between two lots, and really horizontally integrated, if you will, the single family and the multifamily, which is hard to do. But we think because we do have a bigger parcel, we're able to do it. And make our connections. Like Sonia said, we have 2-story apartments on our west side, and as we go east, they step up to 3. Overall, it comes down to a parking thing, parking and open space. So we have great open space, we have great parking. We're actually leaving a few levels on some of those apartments on the tables, so to speak. Because we have plenty of parking that we could, but we want to be extra. We want to be bigger. We want this to be nicer. I'm not going to lie. Everybody liked it at P&Z except traffic. It was all about the traffic. The 3 descents we got, it was about traffic. Traffic. You guys are connecting Ruddy. Can you not connect Ruddy? Which connects into something that historically there was a bad connection with Waltman to what was the old Meridian Road. They got fixed when they redid the interchange. Not the interchange, but they did the one-way couplet, excuse me. When they redid the one-way couplet, how long ago was that now? 5 or 6 years ago now. They fixed that whole intersection so Waltman could, if it was done 20 years ago, would have went through 20 years ago. But it got cut off 20 years ago. And so here we are Waltman's a dead-end road. It's a dead-end road right now. It goes back into about 20 acres of county properties that are surrounded by the city. And most of those people, not that I'm downplaying their concerns and everything, but there's about 20 acres and of people back there that are on county property surrounded by the city that want to maintain their little dead-end road back there. And I get it. I mean, it's for being that close to the freeway, it's kind of nice. But I think the greater good is served by making that Ruddy connection, doing traffic calming on it to mitigate it as best as possible. Our traffic study originally with Waltman met all the thresholds without corporate. We added corporate in hindsight. Now, like we had to for our phasing, because we have to rip out the Waltman Bridge to replace it because it's a substandard bridge right now. So we had to do corporate anyways. But at the time when we first did it, we weren't planning on doing corporate. At least my traffic engineer wasn't. So all the numbers we have meet it at ACHD, at the traffic engineer level, at the peer review level, at the ITD level. They've even jumped in, not really looked at our site specific, but they looked how we impact the interchange and their future lane percentage, and they want to get 150,000 out of us, which we've agreed to for our percentage of a future lane that hasn't been built yet. But the traffic, we meet all that, even though it may not seem intuitive that this is going to be tragic if we connect it. The improvement to by the heavy lifting we're doing on all these bridges and connections to safety, emergency response, police, and fire, as well as just people wanting to get on the highway a little quicker than having to go all the way around Linder and up. It's an improvement. It's going to be maybe painful for some people because they didn't have that much traffic. They were on a dead end road and now they're not. But it is the thing to do as from an engineering, from a planning, from a city planning standpoint. It's a little painful, but it is a thing to do. So we feel like we've got a good residential mix that transitions from west to east. The density comes in, I think, overall around 10 to the acre, which is kind of an R15, even though we got R8, R15, and R40. The overall mix is right in there about 10, which isn't too extreme. We feel like the bridges we're putting in and the offsite connections, there was a little bit of confusion last time, either if we were going to do it or ECHD was going to do it later. We're going to do it. We're going to do the sideway connection in corporate and a water line going north. And Waltman's going to be extended with there's enough right of way on the north side. We've since went and surveyed it that we can get a sidewalk on the north side. I contacted Valley Regional Transit right up front in this second iteration and said, hey, do you guys want a bus turnout? Oh, no, we'll never go back there. But just make sure people can get out to Meridian Road. I said, okay. So that's why we're doing the sidewalk out to Meridian Road, so pedestrians to take advantage of Valley Regional Transit could do so without having to walk on the road. And then when the commercial develops between us and Meridian Road, they will put in the sidewalk on their side, and everything in the world will be complete. But we've got great amenities. One of the, in the motion for approval, she threw out 3 or 4 things to see if she could bring a few of those people back on the traffic, and it just didn't happen. But one of the things was open space, and it's an interesting give and take. It's all about trade-offs, and there's a way to get more open space in the multifamily, even though we're already at, excuse me, I got my stats here in front of me. Even though we're already at 25.7% qualified in the R40, we're way up there in the R40, and overall we're at 18.7 over the whole thing. So I mean, we have really good qualified open space, great pathways, great connections. We've got all that covered. There's an interesting thing I'd throw out for your consideration. If you feel like there needs to be more bigger centralized open spaces, if you look at and hey, she put this on here. Great, thanks. I just saw that up online there. It was something I sent to Sonia in an email. I looked at the building that's right. If you could put it, Sonia, put on the color rendering, please. There you go. So that building directly west of the pool and clubhouse, the 5,000 square foot clubhouse complex there, great pool, great clubhouse. It's a 2-story building. We could eliminate that. I'd propose that we add those 2 stories back on on 2 of the 3 buildings going south, because those are currently 2 stories, and make them 3s. I think there's still good separation to the single family residential. It's over 100 feet away. So there's good horizontal separation. So even though we made them 2 and there was some thought process on one of the 2, 3 wouldn't be terrible for us. And you would you'd have more larger open space, I guess, if you will, even though those are pretty wide, linear open spaces between all the buildings and pathways. And I think it would jump the overall qualified of the whole site up to like 20% from 18.7. So it's an option. We like what we proposed. We think the stair stepping of the stories was a good plan, but if that was really important to have even more open space next to that pool clubhouse, it's easy for us. It's an easy thing for us to do. But other than that, I think we got a great, cohesive, pedestrian friendly, even though we're not in the 10-mile plan. I think if you look at the single family residential portion of it, we're about half alley loaded, non-front dominated, and about half not, which kind of goes back to my speech on the last hearing about, hey, all sites have a mix of front and alley when you do the alleys. But the idea was to have a variety of housing styles, architectural styles, price points, and still kind of fit in with everybody. So I hope I'm not ignoring anything about the schools. Was something that was mentioned. I know I just scanned through those letters today before the hearing real quick, and I apologize if I didn't catch everything, but the Berea subdivision was thrown out there. They've been working on for 15 years with the same applicant, or same owner, coincidence. He actually has 14 acres set aside over there that the school district has not moved forward on yet after 15 years for an elementary school. It's just sitting there. So even though we may not know exactly how many students are coming exactly when, we also don't know how many school sites the school district's got in their back pocket that have been set aside, and they're kind of playing their game and trying to stay ahead, doing a dang good job considering the circumstances. One of the fastest growing places in the country, but at the same time, I know they have a 14-acre site on Berea that doesn't have a school yet, that he'd like them to either buy or not buy. They haven't done anything yet with it. So that kind of plays into the whole school thing. I know this general area, after our last hearing, I had some discussions with previous council members, and they're like, hey, this is an area of town that's not one of our overly, oh my gosh, we're over the top from the school standpoint, even though all are challenged, this is one of the lesser challenged if you compare different areas of town because it is older. And so we're introducing some new energy, really. I mean, from the schools, it helps the commercial. For us to get this kick started, I think it'll be exciting, I think, after all these years to see something happen on the property and move forward with a high quality development. So I guess that's my presentation. We do agree with staff's recommendation for approval. We like our phasing. We think phase 1 and phase 2 or maybe go simultaneously. It's kind of like phase 1A and phase 1B, and those are all going to go off of corporate. We're going to have corporate in before those go, and then we're going to have to shut down Waltman to replace that bridge and replace the bridge, extend that sidewalk out to Meridian Road prior to phase 3. We do agree with staff. We propose not doing the berm until phase 3 and 4. We get it. We're going to do it with phase 1. You know, we do agree with that. So
Thank you, Matt. Time's expired.
yeah, I think that covers it, and I'll stand for any questions.
Okay. Council, any questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor.
Mayor?
Councilman Borton.
Governor.
Matt, I've got two quick questions,
Okay.
kind of focused questions. The first one, can you give us the quick snapshot of specifics in the DA that reference what's being done to Corporate Drive before the first building permit in phase 1? The ACHC staff report talks about 40 feet north of the bridge, but 30 feet south. That created some confusion. So I don't know why it says that, but maybe you can give a snapshot of what's going to be done on corporate. And the next question is going to be about Waltman. Just trying to really frame those two roadway improvements so it's crystal clear.
Great, thanks, Councilman Borden. I know this was kind of left hanging a couple of years ago. We weren't crystal clear, so we wanted to make sure when we came in this time there was no doubt exactly what we were doing. And so Corporate Drive right away got dedicated back with the original commercial site. They had a $3 million special taxing district. At the time, the one-way couplet had not been done. They had 3 times as many trips as we have per day, like 10,000. We have like 3,000. And so they had done, so the right of way is there. I believe there's 54 feet of right of way. Within that 54 feet, because it's off-site to us, we're going to do a 30-foot paved, borrow ditch on both sides, sidewalk on one side, detached from the 30 feet, and build the bridge connecting to the existing Corporate Drive improvements. So that will be one continuous road. And then when property adjacent to Corporate Drive develops, they'll do the curb gutter, drainage, all those things that you really need to integrate with the specific site that's going in. In the meantime, we do the strip pavement like we did on another subdivision in the area. So that's corporate. We want to do all that work prior to phase 1. In fact, before we get our first building permit, we need to have that stuff done. And so that's what we're going to do first, so people have an alternate route in, and then and that'll happen this winter. You need to do them in the winters because the stream flows. So that phase 1 would happen this winter, and then with phase 3 we propose, because phase 1 and 2 kind of go maybe potentially at the same time, doing taking the Waltman Bridge out, replacing it with a good bridge. We're doing 10-foot detached city pathway along the full length of Waltman. And detached sidewalk, and we're going to replace that bridge, and then there'll be a crosswalk because the north side is where we have a clear corridor to put a detached sidewalk away from the existing pavement all the way out to the existing sidewalk that's on Meridian Road. And then when the guys come in, and ACHC may come back later and put some curb and gutter, you know, that's kind of, you know, figure out the drainage a little better, but they've supported this. They kind of called me crazy 2 years ago when I offered to do it. You know, you shouldn't have to do that, you know. I'm like, well, Meridian might get mad at me, and they did. You know, if you know, by doing that, we don't technically have to, but we want to make sure all those issues are handled for your sake, even though technically it's not required for HHD's sake. So I hope that explains it, Mr. Councilman Borton.
Councilman Borton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One quick, just summarize the Waltman Lane improvements that are being provided off-site. I know staff recommends that it begin with the building permit of phase 2 instead of 3.
Mm-hmm.
But regardless of when that starts, is the existing Waltman Lane staying and you're expanding it to the south to make it wider? What exactly is happening?
Yeah, sorry about that, Councilman Borton. Along our full frontage, it's getting widened. Along all full frontage, including the bridge, including that little section on the other side where it says pump house, that's our regional irrigation pump house. That'll get widened enough to, between the existing and new pavement, we'll have a lane, a center turn lane, another lane. I'm not sure if I think there's a bike lane. And then we have detached sidewalk 8 to 10 feet away with a 10-foot sidewalk. And that full frontage will be done. The offsite portion, all we're gonna do is the sidewalk. And that offsite portion would be something, because again, that's ACHD's, it's an existing road. It works for the 2 lanes until the commercial comes in, and they're gonna need a turn lane, and they're gonna need to widen it like we did, and match right in, do curb gutter sidewalk on their side, on the south side. That north side is an old, it's in the city, but there's no curb gutter sidewalk. Obviously you can see it on this aerial. It's an old storage lot that kind of got done way back when. And unfortunately they never had to put in the improvements that typically would have to be put in modern times, like landscape buffers and sidewalks and all that good stuff. So we're doing what they should have done again, previously, but it happened.
Okay. Councilman Kavanagh, did you have some questions before?
I did, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Board touched on some of it, but the piece that, Matt, that I'd like to focus on, you had touched on in your narrative before council tonight about some traffic calming measures.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't see them reflected in the ACHD staff report, and I'm just curious if you can articulate kind of what engagement you've had with the neighbors to the west about that, as well as, the corporate drive extension, I think, is also an area that needs some focus. And Matt, I'll preface it that, obviously the city of Meridian has been talking at great lengths about getting the Linder Road overpass extended. And I think that when that happens, we see probably what we've heard from a lot of the neighbors is concern about Rudy being that access. If I'm traveling north or south on Linder and I want to get to Meridian Road, I'm avoiding Overland or Franklin. And so
right.
What traffic calming measures have you discussed with them, and what are you proposing to help mitigate those concerns?
Thank you, Councilman Kavanagh. So obviously, from day one, this is a big deal. I went in and asked ACHD on day one, hey, can we just not connect this? Because I just knew that it was just going to be, a bad deal. And the answer was pretty obvious, but I still had to ask. The answer is obvious that, yes, you do have to connect it. Okay, I tried. And I was serious because I'd rather not for my sake, because it opens up all these issues that we're talking about right now. So it's interesting. We didn't get a lot of feedback from those particular neighbors. Most of our feedback, 98% of it's been from the Waltman residents, from those particular residents. However, our site design, at least for our site, again, meets all thresholds for ACHD. Ruddy / Kearney as it turns north. We designed, you could have went straight over. I don't know if you noticed in that commercial site, they kind of had a road going straight over to corporate, more or less. That was more of a straight shot, more of a, speedway. We did a minimum radius curve on Ruddy, which is a traffic calming measure. We do have islands at each end, and we're necking down the road to kind of get people to think about going slow right before the curve. And there's just not a lot of room before you get to Waltman. So it's not a long quarter-mile straight run where people are going to get up on step and go on, 60 miles an hour. So from a traffic calming for us, we think we've incorporated it. Really what it's about is the people that didn't have any traffic on Waltman, on a dead-end road, they're not going to have traffic. And some other people that live in the back of this existing subdivision over here to the west since the mid-90s, being at the back of the subdivision are now going to be in the middle of the subdivision or on the front end of one side of a subdivision. So that's traffic's going to change. Sure. So one last thing, it's about traffic calming. So ACHD did put in there, and we had a 2-hour hearing at ACHD the first time around. This time around, they're, hey, we already been through this. It was a 2-hour hearing, neighbors, we talked about it, and you just don't know exactly which road is going to get the most. There was one road that may get around, 900,000 trips, which is still within thresholds. And we're having to set aside $20,000 that maybe might get used for some offsite traffic calming, whether it's speed bumps, after they do a speed study, after this is all built out. And so we're setting aside money for that, not knowing exactly how people are going to go. And Linder Overpass is going to help a bunch, I think, to get people maybe to some other places that they would otherwise go straight through the Meridian Road. They might just go over the Linder Overpass. So it's going to help.
So Matt, what I'm hearing is you kind of feel like you've addressed the traffic calming within your development. There's $20,000 put into a fund after the fact for offsite improvements based on traffic usage. The neighbors can request a traffic study at a certain point in time, either before or after the Linder Road overpass, and those funds could be used to mitigate the impacts of how they're going to use Rudy and Waltman and executive. Is that?
And that's exactly what ACHD says in their staff report.
Great. Thanks. I did not see that particular piece. I've been flipping through it to make sure that I didn't miss it, but I must have. So thank you.
It's in there, yeah.
18,000, not 20. For what
Yeah, I was rounding. Yeah.
Council, any further questions for the applicant? All right. Thank you very much. So, Madam Clerk, I know we have people who've signed up to testify this evening. Many with presentations, is my understanding. So with that,
Mayor, that's correct.
I will turn it over to you. If I could just remind all the applicants, or all the people when you come in to testify, please state your name and address for the record. And you'll each be afforded 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first person who will be joining us via telephone is Claire Manning. And Claire, if you unmute yourself, you should be able to talk. Mr. Mayor, we're just having a technical difficulty with this citizen so far. Bear with us for a minute.
I see that we have Claire Manning in the Zoom, not on a telephone, with their hand raised.
Claire, I'm going to make you a panelist so that you can talk. It's going to switch you over, so please stay on the line. Don't hang up.
Hi, are you able to hear me now?
There we go, Claire. Thank you for your patience. Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. My name is Claire Mannion. I'm at 650 West Waltman Lane. Were you able to give me control of the screen? I asked Chris Ford earlier. I'm not sure if it went through.
Mr. Manning, I don't see that I could give you access. I'm trying to, but I'm happy to click through for you in the interest of time. Do you see your presentation on the screen?
Okay, so, all right, given that, I'll go ahead and go. Good afternoon, Mr. Maynard and City Councils. Before we begin, let's take a moment to look at my motivations. I can see how it would be easy to write us off as a few malcontents trying to impede progress. However, the fact is we know this area better than most people in Meridian, and we want what is best for the city. And at the end of the day, we are citizens you represent. We will be the ones spending the next 20 years trying to get out of our driveways, and we'll be the ones attending the funerals of the children killed on Ruddy Drive. So I'd ask that you take our testimony seriously as you consider this critical decision. So this is a very strategic location that goes beyond my neighborhood. This decision will affect the entire community. For that reason, we'll need to take a holistic view of the area. Here at the end of Waltman, that undeveloped future commercial development, that's the heart and soul of this city. That's one of the last great pieces of real estate that we have left. As council members, you have the opportunity to leave a great legacy here. This could be like the crown jewel of Meridian. Unfortunately, this area has a lot of constraints you need to consider. The traffic study estimates this development will bring 2,928 trips per day, and the target for a new collector is 3,000 trips per day. So further, this study does not take anything into account for that future development in that area. This means you do not have all the data and you're already at your traffic targets. So I know the comfortable thing to do here is leave the traffic to ACHD. However, there's really too much at stake here for you to wait for your next traffic study. So we need to look outside our traditional boxes and ensure we're making the right area here. Could you go ahead and go back one slide, please, Chris? Okay, thank you. So, personally, I think this traffic is undeveloped. If you take a look to the north, that's where there's already high density 3-story apartments that will connect via corporate. That will drive some traffic west to Peregrine. The adjacent neighborhood will connect via Ready Drive. This will result in a large volume of traffic through residential to the freeway. So as mentioned before, ACHD has taken a wait and see approach to this, but you can see the common area on Ready Drive is prime for an accident. So we really need to be proactive before there is one. So go ahead and advance to the next slide, please. So leaving this area, let me direct your attention to the left-hand graphic. Those 3-story high-density apartments will exit on Corporate Drive towards the freeway, and then a mere 515 feet later, high-density traffic from Waltman will merge across 3 lanes of traffic to the freeway. To enter this area, I'll direct you to the graphic on the right. You must use that left-hand lane where you can only fit about 7 cars before you block an entire lane of traffic into the city. Please advance. So once on Waltman, there's a lot of redesign that needs to happen to make this corporate development work, but no amount of engineering is going to get rid of that left-hand turn into that lane. This means that you're always going to struggle with getting cars into this complex before you block an arterial road intersection. So for that reason, you really need to carefully limit the amount of eastbound traffic you're putting in, and putting that high density development down the street really isn't going to get you there.
Claire, if you could wrap up, please.
Yes, sure. So advance the next slide. So you might see what, this is what the traffic's already like. So I will go ahead and wrap up now. Next slide. So unfortunately, this development is not a good fit for this area. As such, I would ask you to deny this application. Please don't let your legacy be rubber stamping high density developments that the infrastructure cannot sustain. Rather, I would ask you to take a holistic view of this area and leave a legacy your grandchildren can be proud of. Thank you. Can I answer any questions for you?
Mr. Mayor?
Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Thanks. Mr. Manning, thanks for your testimony and joining us virtually tonight. You made a comment that I'm hoping to get some additional insight. I don't know if you've got an image that can speak to that, but you talked about the Rudy Common area being prone for accidents. Can you speak a little bit more about what you referred to, like what you're meaning about that? And I don't know if you got any imagery that you can point to help me understand what you're seeing.
Yeah, could you go back to that second slide, Chris? I can't see it on my screen. I don't know if you guys can.
It's just taking a moment to pull it up.
Okay, sure. One back, please. One back from here, please. Okay, so you see where that Ready Drive arrow is. So essentially, I believe that entire neighborhood cut off by 10 Mile Creek is going to probably use this as an access to Meridian Road. So as you're going through there, there's like a common area. So there'll be like a large volume of traffic going through there, right where like there's a common area and a lot of kids playing.
Okay, thank you.
Council, any additional questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, next is Joseph Lorcher.
Okay, And just real quick, I see we have a Michael Swenson with their hand raised, and have they signed up to testify on this item?
They haven't signed up to testify, but I have noted that their hand is raised. After the people have gone that have signed up to testify, if it's okay with you, Mr. Mayor, we'll call him.
Okay.
Luke or Liz, can you hear Chris? I'm using that microphone.
No.
No.
Can't hear anything.
Mr. Mayor, will he come back?
I've never been through that door, so I don't know.
Adrian, can you stop the screen share so I can start it in here?
He asked you to do the screen share so they can start it in there.
Well, Mr. Mayor, while we're getting ready, I'll just share a little bit of history here. I have fond memories of this location that the Lorchers are going to share. If you look up on the map above the red square, and it says Lyndhurst Place, as you come down to the south, there is a brown roof. And that was our very first house we owned. We bought the property. I think it was a stubble field development back in the early 80s. And those of you old enough to remember the late 70s, early 80s were not good times. We picked up the lot real cheap. My wife and I newly married and had a little curve to it. And so we built the house, a little walkout basement and a deck, and we got to look over the Lorcher truck farm. And it was very bucolic, nice. You know, we were in a subdivision, but we were out in the open space. So I understand why people want to preserve what they have there. And with 10 Mile Creek right there, it was a very wonderful spot where our two children were raised in their early years. So it's just kind of interesting to see how things have changed over the years. And yeah, so there you go.
Mr. Mayor, it looks like we're ready to go now.
All right, thank you for that trip down
memory lane. You're welcome.
Yes. If you could please state your name and address for the record.
Joseph Lorcher, 740 West Waltman Lane.
Okay, thank you. Recognized for 3 minutes.
Okay. As Brad said, he looked over my farm when he lived there, and we're still farming it. So I want to make sure and point out that what you see on the screen with the red around it, that is my place. I am the north person across from the development that people keep talking about when the north is being developed. I have no plans to develop my 7.5 acres. We've been here since 75. We still farm it. We still grow crops. We still plan to grow crops. I have a son that will probably take over when I'm gone and plan on doing the same thing. So I want to point out that Greenhead Street, Stubb Street is not an option. At the planning and zoning, they kept talking about punching Greenhead through. Won't happen. So wanted to get that out. Don't plan on developing. Matt said a couple of times, when the property to the north gets developed, that's me. I don't plan on developing. The meeting, they talked about the same thing. Don't know where any of those ideas came from. There's no plans for me to develop these 7.5 acres. It's not going. There we go. This is where it says that as long as I have more than 5 acres, I can, and my land is devoted to agriculture. I do not use the city water or city sewer, and you need written permission for access through my property. It won't be coming from me. Therefore, Greenhead Street will not be a second access point to distribute traffic from the west neighborhood. Rudy Drive will be the only access point. If you look at the map on the left, right, currently the subdivision to the west of us has 4 access points onto Linda Road. Once they open up Ruddy Street, that's going to be 1 going to the east. Probably 3/4 of that subdivision is going to be going through that 1 street. And then if you look at the one to the right, we got Ruddy Street going through and turning right on a curve right in front of the park area. This is where I think where Mr. Manning was talking about where the death of the children will come, is in front of that park, where they're turning on a blind corner right through a park area. And there's going to be 3,000 cars a day going through that area. As far as Waltman Lane is concerned, we got a nice 10-foot sidewalk in front of the development, and then it shoots across, and there's no bike lane, 5-foot or 6-foot sidewalk to the north, and they're going to have to cross the street to get across the street with the traffic that's going on there. And same with Corporate Drive, there'll be just a sidewalk, no bicycle lane. That will help. So still, we're talking safety of kids. Waltman Lane right now is like a huge sidewalk. There's at least 100 people a day that walk up and down that lane because of the lack of traffic. Matt,
wrap up your testimony, please.
I'm sorry?
If you can wrap up your testimony, please.
Okay. In conclusion, with only 1 access point, all traffic coming from the west neighborhood will be concentrated on Ruddy Drive, and that add the development's own traffic on Walton Lane and Corporate Drive will make this unsafe. Safety issues for pedestrians and bicycles are our main concern with all traffic going through Ruddy and onto Walton Lane, especially by the proposed park and the crosswalks or the lack thereof. I'm not opposed to developing these 36 acres. I'm tired of the weeds and the fire hazard that this land is currently at. I'm opposed to the high density residential development. We need a low density mixed use development that will follow Meridian's comprehensive plan. I've lived and worked on Walton Lane since 1975 and would love to see this gateway to the city be more than a high density apartments. It should be a gathering spot for entertainment and small businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Not a question, but just a comment. I'm sure council shares, but to reassure you that we have no intention to take your property. It's your private property. You own it. It's up to you what you do with it. So we're not going to do that. That's not how it works. Just wanted to tell you that.
Thank you. What I was kind of, people keep talking about, especially Matt and in the planning and zoning commissions, kept talking about how this was going to be developed as if it was a done deal, and there's no plans for this to be developed.
Mr. Mayor, I do have one question for Joe.
Yes, Councilman Hoagland.
Joe Lurcher, sorry, Councilman Borton. Joe, I was just curious, watching you and your brothers work on that truck farm when you were much younger. Are your kids work that hard still on that truck farm? Because you guys really put in the hours out there.
Yeah, my son Joey still helps me, and Kelsey worked until the day she turned 18 and said no more. So they did work the farm going through school.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you. Council, any more questions? Okay. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, next is Sandy Watts. Sandy, if you want to just head through that door over there, Chris will help you on the other side with your presentation.
Hi, my name is Sandy Watts. Oh, are you ready?
Yep, say your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Sandy Watts. I live at 2099 West Snyder Drive in Meridian. I will begin with the ACHD policy manual. In section 7207.33, if a proposed development only has one access to a public street, that is a local street. The maximum forecast ADT to be allowed at any point on the local street access is 1,000 and is subject to fire department requirements for the provision of a secondary access. As you can see here, Ready Drive connects 2 local streets and is one access point. Tanner Creek will provide, Tanner Creek will produce 3,019 trips with 90% vehicles traveling east and 10% vehicles traveling west. By using the same formula as Tanner Creek used, we can estimate the number of vehicles per day that will be generated from the number of single-family homes that are located in the west neighborhood. 700 homes times 9.52 trip rate equals 6,664 total vehicles per day. If only 50% of the neighborhood vehicles travel east, it totals to an estimated 3,332 total vehicles per day. With the combined trips from the west neighborhood and Tanner Creek Drive development, Ready Drive will experience 3,633 vehicles per day, and Waltman Lane will experience 6,049 vehicle trips per day. In conclusion, Ready Drive is a local street connecting to another local street. Ready Drive only has one access point. Greenhead Street is not an option for a second access. The estimated 3,633 vehicles per day vastly surpasses the maximum of 1,000 ADT allowed. This connection should be subject to the fire department's requirements for the provision of a secondary access. Waltman Lane's infrastructure cannot sustain the estimated 6,049 vehicle trips a day. Ready Drive connection will substantially increase traffic and negatively impact Waltman Lane, the Waltman Lane Meridian intersection, and at the Meridian I-84 interchange. One of the commissioners from the last meeting expressed their concern that this connection would create an unsatisfactory service level D or E for Waltman Lane. The sheer volume of additional vehicles is shocking and will compromise the safety of children, pedestrians, bikes, and bicyclists using Waltman Lane and is unacceptable. The substreet connection is irresponsible and does not contribute to smart growth. For this reason, please deny this development. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next is Steve McCarthy.
And I think we've got a pattern where they do return from the room.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, hopefully everyone can hear me okay. My name is Steve McCarthy. I live at 10685 Patty Street. I'm going to talk about the Meridian interchange to the Walkman entrance and the traffic congestion studies to show it will not be a safe transition with additional traffic proposed by this development. As you can see here, residents from 3 different directions will be coming home by using one left-hand turn lane in the Walkman Lanes entrance. Drivers have 0.14 miles to safely get from the off-ramp to the turn lane. That equals to 1 minute, according to Google. From the Meridian off-ramp, you have to cross 2 lanes to reach the left turn lane. You have 1 minute to try and cross over 2 highly congested lanes to get into the left turn lane during PM peak traffic hours. This does not give the driver the adequate amount of spacing and time needed to execute conflict points safely. Plus, this will disrupt and could stop the through traffic lanes going into Meridian because drivers are trying to get to the left lane and will cause traffic to back up. Oh, sorry, I forgot to go to the slides. All right. This slide right here is showing the actual turn lane. Additional items to consider. The Meridian and Walkman intersection receives 50,889 vehicles per day. And then the other statistics that we found was that the I-84 Meridian eastbound on-ramp is considered the 5th most congested segment of road in Ada County. Not intersection, not interchange, but actual road. Give you guys a second to look at those numbers. The eastbound on-ramp receives 62,182 annual weekday traffic volumes. The westbound on-ramp receives 61,182 annual weekday traffic volumes. This area is critical to the interchange and intersection function. This area is where motorists are responding to the intersection or interchange by decelerating and maneuvering into the appropriate lane to stop a complete turn. Access connections too close to intersections or interchange ramps can cause serious traffic conflicts that impair the function of the affected facilities. Drivers make more mistakes and are more likely to have collisions when they are presented with complex driving situations created by numerous conflicts. This development and the Ruddy Drive connection will create 3,000 plus new traffic conflicts daily and will add a substantial amount of new traffic to the already very highly congested intersection and interchange. Added traffic will not attract new businesses or desired communities. This area needs to be protected with open space and low-density mixed-use development. By doing this, it will reduce and alleviate traffic during peak hours and distribute the daily traffic through the hours of the day. I hope you all can carefully consider this detrimental impact and dangerous risk this development will have on traffic, the gateway to the city, and public safety. Please deny this development. Thank you all for your time, and do you have any questions?
Thank you. Council, any questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next is Joe Lorcher.
All right. Great. All right, my name is Joe Lorcher, and I live at 1182 West Avalon Street, and I'm here to discuss the original vision and master plan of the Southern Gateway and Entertainment Hospitality District. The downtown master plan is intended to help identify potential opportunities and strategies for strengthening downtown's role in the Meridian community in the Treasure Valley. As you can see, the Southern Gateway Entertainment and Hospitality District is a large part of the master plan. And this plan calls for this district to shows 0% land used for residential. The focus for this district originally was strictly for commercial use. And some examples for this framework of the Southern Gateway District between Waltman Lane and the freeway should include hotels and upscale restaurants. This will enforce the vision of the great hospitality from the city of Meridian, and it'll be a better visual than a wall. The extensive landscaping will help show that attractiveness and the beauty of the city of Meridian, which a wall would not. A multiple purpose and entertainment sporting facility could serve as an anchor point for cultural and community events, such as concerts, youth sports, festivals, holiday bazaars, and many other community building events. And Fun fact, Meridian is the only city in the Treasure Valley that doesn't have a concert venue. And all of this would be a lot more attractive than a wall. These are 4 focus areas for the Southern Gateway District that should be focused on: livability, create more places for the community gathering and entertainment. I touched on this just before, and this would be a great opportunity to make a better culture in Meridian. And this would also be a golden opportunity to build a Boise Hawks sport baseball field, seeing as Boise can't decide on where to put it. It'd be a great attraction from the freeway, and it would create a lot of visitors and create a lot of money for the city of Meridian. Mobility. One thing lacking in Meridian is parking opportunities for downtown. A parking garage would fit great here and help fill that void. Prosperity, improve and attract new businesses to Meridian. Sustainability, promote and encourage innovative and progressive development. In conclusion, the Southern Gateway entrance is the first impression visitors will have of downtown Meridian from I-84, and it needs to be developed to enhance and beautify the gateway. A wall does not give a positive first impression. Downtown Meridian is running out of land, and we need to preserve open spaces. This area of land needs to be developed strategically to meet downtown elements that will contribute to a mixed-use urban environment. This area could potentially promote entertainment and gathering places, which would attract both local residents and visitors, resulting in economic growth. We have a real opportunity here to make this a unique and creative and innovative progressive development. Let's not waste this opportunity. A high dense residency is highly inappropriate for this area. Please carefully consider the negative impacts that we've presented and the missed opportunities this development will bring to Meridian and deny this development. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, next is Kelsey Lorcher.
Okay. My name is Kelsey Lorcher. Oh, sorry. Oh. All right. My name is Kelsey Lorcher, and I live at 2099 West Snyder Drive. First, I'd like to point out, if you look at Melvin Watt's letter that is submitted in the public comments on pages 5, 6, and 7, you will see the formula, and it shows the work of the math for the overcrowding of Peregrine Elementary. Also in the West Ada School District letter for this development, they stated that the kids from Tanner Creek might have to go to Pleasant View Elementary and Owyhee High School, which is 8 miles away. You can see that on page 4 of Melvin Watt's letter. Also, the letter only chose 3 developments as examples. There's many more happening. So those more kids could already be going to Peregrine by the time Tanner Creek is finished. And also the Linder interchange isn't planned to be completed for another 10 to 15 years. So Waltman Lane will receive the brunt of that neighborhood. Matt Schultz is relying on Hawkins land to the east to be developed as commercial, so their combined developments result in mixed use as a whole. We have seen a situation before with Hawkins and the Stapleton subdivision where Hawkins owned a piece of land, said he was going to develop commercial, but then sold it off to Conger, who developed that land primarily with residential. Therefore, Hawkins land should not have any influence on the decision today. In this meeting, we have no idea what he'll actually do. As you can see on the map, this area is for mixed use community, and the comp plan shows that only 20% of the development should be residential, not 100%. There are many failed goals with this development. One is to sustain, enhance, promote, and protect elements that contribute to livability and high quality of life for all Meridian residents. And there's also failed objectives and actions. Actively implement action items in the Destination Downtown Master Plan. Continue to develop and implement the desired vision in special areas of the specific plans and along key transportation corridors, and plan for appropriate mix of land uses that ensure connectivity, livability, and economic vitality. This development fails to provide safe pathways and bicycle lanes to downtown Meridian. It harms the city's traffic flow at the gateway of the city. It will overcrowd our public schools. It fails to maximize use of infill land by utilizing mixed-use development. It fails to create economic growth, and it fails to uphold the comp plan's spirit of mixed-use development. It is located in a special area with specific plans from the Destination Downtown Master Plan and needs to be protected to reflect those visions. High-dense housing is extremely inappropriate for this specific area. Responsible growth solves problems. Irresponsible growth creates them, and this is irresponsible growth. If you approve this development today, you will set a tone to future developers and citizens that the comp plan and its tools like the Destination Downtown Master Plan and Communities in Motion do not matter. That the last 2 years of hard work and the $2,000 spent creating the comp plan hold no meaning or value to Meridian's future growth. Please deny this development.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, we have Nick Eller next. He will be joining us on the phone. And Nick, I have unmuted you, and you're welcome to state your name and address, please.
Yeah, hopefully you can hear me all right. My name is Nick Eller, and I live at 851 West Honker Drive in Meridian. I am in the Mallard Landing subdivision, directly to the west of this development. And I got to hand it to those who showed up tonight. I'm happy they did. I couldn't have said it better, so I really have to just fall onto what they've said. Traffic's the major concern. Ruddy Drive is the concern. And I don't have a fancy presentation to go through, but one of the items that has been completely overlooked in this since the very beginning is this is getting tucked in at the very end of Waltman, as Schultz had previously described. And then we're talking about this commercial development. Well, the commercial development's going to have to do road improvements, tear up the road, do the sidewalk. So what happens when this development's complete and we got to shut down Waltman for these improvements to be made? All of a sudden, everything's backflowing through the Mallard Landing and Blue Horizon subdivision back into Linder. Yeah, it's a short period of time, but if we got 6 months of dealing with that, is that worth it? I think the phasing of this one is just not the right time. We don't have all the information we need for the ACHD impact studies of the commercial development combined with this development, combined with the development to the west, the Linder freeway crossing. There's a lot that's just completely unknown. I don't think it's the right time. And as previously described in the other presentation, or discussed in the previous presentations, there's so much more we can do with this piece of land. Is going through what you just heard, do you really think this is the best we can do for Meridian right at the gateway? I don't think so. If we approve this, you might be taking the chance that the commercial development that is bringing the jobs and bringing community, that could be out the window. So it's something that you have to decide tonight whether you're willing to take that risk and have another apartment complex. So that's essentially where I stand. I stand with those who live near me. I stand with my community. I stand with those people in Meridian who will have to pass this every single day. So.
Thank you very much. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Not a question, I guess just more of a comment for the record for council and for the public attending. I think Mr. Eller contacted a number of us today to share his concerns. I know it hasn't necessarily been added yet to the record yet, but I'm sure the clerk will get that addressed to make sure that's included in our packet as well.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Cavanagh. Council, any further questions? All right.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to allow Michael Swenson to talk now, and he's the last one that I see with his hand raised.
Okay. Mr. Swenson, if you can please state your name and address for the record.
Okay, this is Michael Swenson, 815 West Waltman. And I can actually give you, everybody's hearing me, I assume. Yes.
Yes, we are.
I can actually give you some history that they actually ran Waltman as a throughway back in the 90s. And it was a disaster. It was like bumper to bumper cars. This is right at the beginning of Mallard Landing. There's a whole lot more cars out there. And if you look at Mallard Landing, it's, there's no through streets other than Ready maybe, but it's going to be a disaster and people are going to get hurt. If you're looking at where the school is, well, the school at Peregrine is on the other side of Linder. So they're going to have to cross all these streets with people taking a shortcut. If you look at the roads, if you take Franklin over to Meridian Road and go to the freeway that way, that's 6 stoplights. The proposal for using Waltman, that's 1. What are they going to do? You know, I think there's some things we should consider. Back in the old days, they were actually going to use Waltman as emergency access. Well, that was poorly planned. Well, one, they were going to buy part of my property. They offered me $500 for it. And I said, are you kidding me? So I didn't sell. But they never were able to get much more than a bicycle through there. So it's kind of a disaster. I think we need to look at this more. I think we need to do something. There should be more than cow pasture. I'm on board with that. Should we look at partially developing this and see what the land development looks like? Should we use this access as emergency vehicles only? We could do that. That's what Waltman Lane was supposed to be, but somebody built the fence too close and it never worked. But we have the advantage of actually do something with some forethought and looking at what's going to happen in the long term. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much. Council, any questions? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Swenson.
Mr. Mayor, we have one more hand in the online audience.
Okay, and if there's anybody in the audience who would like to testify, we will get to you right after this next person.
Mr. Mayor, this is Denise Lefevre.
Okay. Denise, if you can say your name and address for the record, you'll be recognized for 3 minutes.
Denise Lefevre, 6706 North Salvia Way. And I'd like to commend you for doing Zooms. I think it's awesome. I would like to start by saying I'm not for or against this project. I attended all the steering committee meetings and Conger and the representative was there for all of the meetings. What I do have an issue with is going back to the west side of this property and taking a little sliver of mixed medium density and taking that little sliver and floating it across the whole entire section. This practice sets it up for as long as you have a designation anywhere touching a property, you can float it across the whole entire thing. We had talks about that, and my stand was we need to get some tighter ruling around it or better guidance around that. I could understand if you floated the designation to a stream, a road, you know, if you were floating this designation to 10 Mile and that was the reason for floating it, that might make sense. But to just go back through in a comprehensive plan and saying if a designation float is on one of the sides, you can float it across the whole entire project, I don't think is appropriate. And then this one is not any fault of the developers, nor do I fault them for it. It is a fundamental flaw at the state level. I'm getting increasingly concerned as a taxpayer that we've had a levy go through for Ada County that failed. You have developers that don't pay impact fees. That's a state issue. But when you look at your taxes, our taxes continue to rise, and a good chunk of that is made up of school districts. Like I said, I'm not for or against this project. I am very concerned about the practice of floating designations, and especially taking a small sliver and floating it entirely across the whole entire zone. What's to stop the next property from taking a little sliver of housing and floating across it, or floating the commercial all the way down? I mean, that's what I'm more concerned about. So thank you for your time. And once again, not for or against the project.
Thank you. Thank you, Denise. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Kavanagh.
Another question, just Denise, it's nice to hear you. It's been a long time since we've seen you in council chambers. Appreciate you being here tonight.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anybody in the audience who would like to testify on this project? Okay. And there's nobody else online who has yet to testify that I can tell who has had their hand raised.
Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
Okay. Well, then with that, I'll turn over this to the applicant for 10 minutes for his comments.
All right, I'll try to cram it all in 10 minutes. Do my best. Matt Schultz, 8421 South 10 Mile. Do appreciate everybody showing up. And as you can tell, the number one greatest concern, and it was the concern of some of the planning commissioners, was traffic and fixing something that should have been fixed a long time ago, but wasn't. And here we are doing a lot of heavy lifting to put in the roads that need to be put in. And I want to just reiterate that corporate was never figured into any of our original calculations. And I called the engineer, the professional engineer that does these things, and we don't steer him. He that's what he does every day is traffic studies all over the county, all over the state to certain standards. They get peer reviewed. I said, hey, what do you think the split on corporate is? You know, we're showing 100% going on corporate, but we're building corporate, so something's got to be done corporate. He said, man, probably about 20%. I mean, but that's what engineers do. They make judgments. Now, do you agree with it? Maybe not. I think it's probably more, but he thinks it's about 20. And I think that's a big deal that corporate's going in terms of diversifying and splitting up the traffic in and out for this site. So it is not all focused on that totally rebuilt intersection that ITD did that nobody's using right now. That's, you know, that has 5 lanes, I think. It's 5 lanes right there that nobody's using on Walmart. I mean, somebody's using it. I think there's 9 residents down Walmart are using it right now. So obviously the intersection was built for us. So I just want to cover through real quick and say that to Mr. Manning's point and Mr. Joe Lorcher Sr.'s point, and it's an interesting point that I thought about after our last hearing, and we've been through a lot of hearings together in neighborhood meetings together over the years, and is that if we converted our multifamily residential to single family residential and dropped 100 units, it'd be the same amount of traffic. And the point is that apartment traffic generates about 40% less than single family residential traffic. It's interesting. I never really thought about it before. I'm a civil engineer, been in the business for 25 years, but talking to these traffic engineers, it's interesting that we could drop the density on this, do all single family residential on the same amount of traffic come out of the traffic study. So I just want to plant that out there as well, that, you know, that it is more efficient to do high density apartment residential because they generate less trips. And that's all these numbers are, is based on trip generation, standard level of care that everybody uses across the whole valley for this size of the site. And I do want to say that the future uses were incorporated I believe they run a 2030, or at least back in the day it was 2025 model on future traffic. So all that is incorporated. We're just not doing simple, simple traffic studies here, not figuring the future uses into it and adjacent uses. Those are all incorporated into the traffic study. So when I see people kind of pulling numbers and saying 700 homes and ×2 and ×3, I really, all due respect, they're not professional engineers with 25 years worth of experience. They're very intelligent people. It seems obvious that that's how much traffic it would generate, but it's not. That's not how much gets generated. And I can't point out the flaws in their exact formulas, but because I'm not a traffic engineer myself, I'm just a basic jack of all trades civil, at least I was. Been working around traffic engineers for a lot of years. So I do apologize to Mr. Lorcher when he says, hey, Matt keeps saying that's going to develop someday. Well, the city does say that will develop someday in their master plan, medium density residential, someday. It may not be within his lifetime or his kid's lifetime or my lifetime, but maybe someday the city is planned for that to develop. And we don't know when that'll be. I've seen estate plans change in my 20 years in the Valley on land where people said, no way, no how, and they've sold. Not that he will, not that his son will, but it could change. And so that's how we approach things, is that it could in the future. But again, we did not incorporate that connection to our traffic study. That was something that got pointed out at P&Z, that could be a future connection, but that was never incorporated into our traffic study, nor was the Linder overpass incorporated into our traffic study, just so everybody knows. And it still meets all thresholds. So this is not a death area. We're not going to have a bunch of funerals on Ruddy Drive. We have detached sidewalk. We have traffic calming measures. Kids need to stay out of the street. That's and there are a lot of people in the street today, like they said, walking, that will not have sidewalks. They have detached sidewalks. They will have a safe way to travel to downtown Meridian. In terms of we do have 3 accesses. We do have going through to the landing, and we do have corporate, we do have Waltman. I mean, we have 3 accesses instead of 2. And again, our traffic study worked on 2, we're providing 3. So when one of them's down, we still have 2. And that's the beauty of our phasing plan. We still have 2 accesses at all times. Let's see, as far as Hawkins buying it or not, she's right. Who knows what's going to happen? But I know you guys have control of what happened on that piece. And I know that this back 40 is not commercial. It really isn't. The Boise Hawks have taken a pass at this in the past, and the previous mayor had a conversation with them. They wanted Meridian to pay for half of it, and that didn't go anywhere. And so this has went around the block on commercial. And a lot of the downtown Meridian plan was based on that commercial going through about the same time they did the downtown Meridian plan. And I'm not saying the downtown Meridian plan is bad or faulty. I just think in this particular area, at this particular spot, that an 80-acre mixed-use commercial over all of its site needs exceptional regional access. It needs Overland Road behind it, connecting to interchanges. If you're going to have an 80-acre site that's all mixed use entertainment, and I've seen those. They're pretty rare that we have 80 acres, and you'll see them. And where are they? They're right on the main Fairview, Eagle, right on those main roads. They're not back on a dead end road on Waltman. They're just not. And so what we're doing is breaking this up into a logical transition. It will be an overall mixed use. You have control over that future that's up against Meridian Road, and for all intents and purposes, that's still going to be a big site, over 30 acres. There's still going to be a lot of opportunities to do a lot of great things on that, and ours is great. We think they both make a really great combination. So what you're doing, you're not sacrificing anything by approving a high quality development that provides a high quality landscaped entry to Meridian, which doesn't really have any great landscaped entry. So there is one by the hospital, but the rest of them aren't too great, and we're going to do a great one. As far as Steve McCarthy and the on-ramp, we are contributing $150,000 to ITD. They calculated our percentage of that future lane that they're going to add. That's a $15 million lane. Our contribution at 1%, which I think is kind of high myself, but that's what the traffic engineer came up with. So 1% of 15 million, 150,000, and that's what ITD started doing lately as a proportionate share. I talked about destination downtown. This density is appropriate. I think 10 is a good medium in the middle. It'd be like an R15 overall. I believe I have 4, 7, and 17 to the acre, and it all averages 10. We believe that's an appropriate density, close to the interchange, close to downtown. That's where we want a semblance of density, even though I don't count this as super high myself. As far as the phasing and all that, and Waltman shut down, like I said, we're gonna have corporate. Corporate's gonna be open on day one. And that's gonna be a great connection that while Waltman, the bridge that's substandard today, that needs to get fixed today, is gonna get fixed by us and ACHD under a cooperative agreement. And that's how we're doing both of these bridges, is ACHD and us are going to split a proportion of the share of those that need to get put in. So it's not all on us, it's not all on ACHD. They're happy to have us come in and share that with them, and we're happy to have them share it with us, and plus the pedestrian bridge that we're putting into the commercial. So I know I skipped over some things, but I only had 10 minutes. I think we have a high quality, appropriate, well thought out, in all aspects plan that really does get to add a nice entry to Meridian, and we're looking forward to getting going this winter on it. So thank you.
Thank you. Council? Any additional comments or questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
question for the applicant. It's not your business necessarily to know the timing of the neighboring properties development, the Hawkins property, and what it may become. But this looks like a residential use to me. I don't consider this mixed use. Have you had conversations where you think it might be possible to come back in conjunction with that property under a joint development agreement or some type of cooperation where you were to both put your plans in front of the city around the same time? Just curious if that's possible from your perspective.
Yeah, Councilman Schrader, thanks for that. Short answer, I don't. Long answer, this comes up whenever we talk about mixed use. It comes up all the time, where you're one parcel, in this case 9 parcels within 23 parcels that are considered mixed use. And does every single parcel have to be mixed use, or do half have to be mixed use, or is the whole thing, can the whole thing be looked at as a separate? I think in this case, because of the 10 Mile Creek where it's at, because being a quarter mile back off of Meridian Road is a non-starter for commercial. It just is. There's no value for commercial to this thing. People want to have great ideas about what could go there, but nobody's come forward to say they want to do it. And it really does, no matter what happens with us, we believe this residential is fitting within that mixed use of a logical west to east, where you want residential west, you want the commercial east up against Meridian Road with the 10-mile drain in between the two. And there might be more residential in that Hawkins one. They came to our neighborhood meetings, which means to me that they're obviously they're interested, they're serious, they've hired an engineer. Now, do they have that anchor user to get them really excited to move forward? I don't know yet. But they said they want to do it like Lakemore, which I don't know if Lakemore's cool or not. But they're saying they want to do a mixed use office commercial. That's their vision. Now, were they lying to me? They'd have no reason to lie to me that that's what they'd like to do. Now those plans could change, but that's what they said that they wanted to do.
Thanks for that feedback.
No problem.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burr.
my concern for this project lies sort of similar on the same page as Councilwoman Strader. I've personally never been a fan of making decisions on development that doesn't meet the flume with hopes that future development will. I think it leaves the door wide open for who knows what. And so that's my greatest concern. I wanted to state that before we possibly go on to the next section of this public hearing. So,
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention also, I mean, that is my core concern. In terms of this design or this actual setup for residential use, I actually think it's very well thought out for a residential use. I just, I really have to think about the whole economy for Meridian. We're really over reliant on residential. And I know residential could be a piece of mixed use, but I worry about setting this precedent of floating this much without having like a joint application with that neighboring property. But I did want to just say, I don't mind the apartments. I wouldn't mind having, even trading off a couple of stories on some of those buildings for more open space. I just, have some concerns about our over-reliance on residential, and I have a lot of bigger concerns with the school situation, but I'm going to mention that in future meeting topics to not pick on this one application because it's a systemic issue.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
I had a question for Matt. You mentioned the $150,000 that you're putting in for extra lane on the, sounded like the overpass area. Was that the lane going to Boise on the eastbound, or is that correct? Okay.
That's how I understand it, Councilman Hoagland, is that it is that eastbound lane over to Eagle Road. $15 million, which I was like, whoa, I hadn't heard about it until they hit us up for it.
Yeah, I understand. And Mr. Mayor, if I follow up, can you speak, the left-hand turn into Waltman has been much discussed, and it is an issue to have a single lane. Most of ours are now double turn lanes and different things. Is there any room for expansion on that? Because that is problematic. We are putting a lot of cars into that area, especially if commercial does develop right there at the corner. What room do they have, if any, for that left turn?
Mr. Hoagland, I think that room would come out of that commercial property if they did need it. If they did need it. I do want to say, it's an obvious, hey man, how are all these people going to get in there? But we do have a corporate entrance as well. And that's the other benefit of the corporate entrance, which has a signal, which has a left turn, which, it's built to handle this traffic. So it gives us two ways to turn left and get over to in and out.
Yeah, and Mr. Mayor, just to follow up on that point, that is an interesting dynamic, because if I were in that development, if it were here, going out to the new corporate that connects and coming out gives you more time to get into the left-hand lane as opposed to turning right from Waltman. That does give you an option. So, and that's the thing that makes this a difficult decision, because there are many aspects of this that you have thought through, Matt, you and your team, and trying to mitigate and putting investment into the bridges and sidewalks, the connector roads, pathways, and those types of things. I've often been wondering why this property hasn't developed for so long, and there are just some issues. And I think part of it is that traffic portion, and you've gone a long ways to trying to figure that out. Like other council members have mentioned, I'm a little concerned about the uncoupling of the property and trying to make sure that this truly meets the intent and desires of our land use planning and what we do with this property and what that looks like. Dead end roads are difficult, and I do commend you for making that not a dead end road completely, but it is still problematic on that. And the connection with Ready from a city standpoint, I completely understand opening that up, having that cross-access, emergency vehicles. I was a little concerned for our neighborhood when living at Eustic and 10 Mile when they put up the signs and they made the detour through our subdivision. It's like, oh no, people are going to find out. Here's a back way they can get around the intersection. But fortunately, it is very slow going through the subdivision. I mean, it is just the nature of it. So fortunately, it didn't last. I'm sure people will remember it when the time comes again, but I'm not quite so concerned. But it is an issue we have to think about, especially when time frames are so vastly different in our community, where things should have been done when they were done, and they're not, and we have to wait. So, yeah, this one's a little problematic on a few fronts, but there's a lot of good things about it, and a quality development for that back half. But as I said, I do have some concerns.
Council, while a few others get their time, I'm first going to say thank you to whoever used my words from the Save the City. I appreciate people actually watching and implementing that into it. And I'm going to, in all seriousness, from my perspective as a non-voting member on this topic, and it's even the perspective of when you look at it, where they talked about responsible versus irresponsible growth. On one hand, this is very responsible in what I view as responsible growth. They are solving problems. They are making road connections where they should exist. They're making sidewalk improvements that otherwise would not be there. But it doesn't come without challenges as well. From the development perspective, I do think that no matter what goes into this property, eventually we will have to see Waltman, Meridian somehow reconfigured to allow for greater stacking, turning movements. I can say from someone, this is one of the very first things when I started with the city back in 2007 when this first came in the old city hall. And so I've followed this one for years, but I've always felt that this land, as problematic as it is with the transportation network, it can be as much of the community identifier that exists, if anything. I mean, if you look around that intersection, I mean, on one hand, you got the Roaring Springs, even though they're not right in the corner on the other side. You got Home Depot and Winco, nothing special from that standpoint. So this could just be another commercial aspect. It doesn't have to be a game changer. But I don't know that a residential apartment does it for me from that standpoint. Maybe I've always hoped it could be something that could be off hours from normal commute times to address and alleviate the 8 to 5 peak traffic time. Not so dissimilar to what some people testified, is how do you create a destination location where you can get people that are coming during other hours when you're not fighting traffic to and from. So it is a complex property. I don't disagree with the others in terms of, I think I would want to see a larger plan. I think that that's what's been a common theme throughout the last 13, 14 years of this property is the larger plan. And some people have done a lot of good work to assemble the properties that allow for a common, larger opportunity. And I feel like we're halfway there, at least to know, but not fully. And so it's a struggle from that standpoint. But I appreciate everything that Matt has put into it and their team in terms of the effort that you're willing to go for the off-site to make this a better area for the community. Not maybe necessarily for the people that live in that area now, they may not see it that way, but I think for the community at whole, it is definitely trying to make those improvements. You turned off your mic, but Councilman Borton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can't add a whole lot more that hasn't already been discussed. I think some of the questions have highlighted a lot that is really good with this application and a lot of concerns that Matt's made a very strong effort in trying to address. But, you know, among all of those considerations, two things are certainly true. This application absolutely reduces traffic compared to what could otherwise go there. It's more traffic than what exists today, obviously, with an empty field. So it's hard to appreciate that perspective, but the existing entitlements would allow traffic way beyond what this provides. There's information in the materials from the traffic engineer. It's around 30% of what would otherwise. It's a big number, more than zero, but it's a lot less than what it could be. But what it also provides, without any question, there's a whole heck of a lot more strain on our school system than the existing designation and its existing zoning. So those are two truths that we balance in trying to determine if this makes sense. I agree with the mayor that the traffic challenges with this area plague this property. I've seen it since 2007 and before as well. I wrestle also with the mixed-use community designation. I remember a couple years ago when the request was to amend the comp plan for medium-high density residential, I believe was the designation, and the applicant was patient, I guess, to know that the comp plan was in the process, and that change of some, or perhaps any change, was going to come to this area in its designation. And part of me thought I might see that vetting through the comp plan process, that this area would be changed to medium density or medium high density residential as a land use designation. But it wasn't. So somehow that group collectively assessed and determined that this area shouldn't be medium high density residential, but instead should have that mixed use community, which is I think truly a very different feel, especially in a gateway area like this. And to rely, we've done it a few times where you try and rely on an adjacent property owner to pick up to Councilman Hoagland's question. If you've got to have, at least three different uses in an area, if one of them gobbles up, the first one in gobbles up one of the uses, the other areas hopefully pick up the slack and cover the rest. But that can be a dangerous way to try and plan. So that gives me some added concern here too, that it might not truly fit the mixed-use community identity that our comp plan amendment has provided to us. So those are just some additional thoughts and concerns from the information we received from the testimony today and all of the written information we've been provided, which is very helpful.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Cavanagh.
Because I think all of council's kind of weighed in, I'm happy to share some thoughts, which I think fall somewhat in line with the rest of my colleagues. If I recall, I supported this project 2 years ago, and there's been some noticeable improvements. Then I think that there's nobody on this body that's got any opposition to the layout, the design of what's before us. When this was before us, the Linder Road overpass was maybe just a glimmer, and then Councilmember Palmer's eye, and we didn't know where connection points were going to be made and what the Lurchers' plans were with their farm. We obviously got a lot of clarity on that today, and we also know that the Linder Road overpass is much closer to being a reality. And I worry a little bit about, not about the overall traffic counts, it's really about what that learned behavior will become once Linder Road is, the overpass is completed. I think with traffic calming, it can be mitigated. The questions, I guess, I've got a couple of questions for staff that we can ask now or later. Is one, to give council a little bit better understanding about the permitted use of floating land use designations, and taking what I think is 3 acres and kind of expanding it further, why that's a permitted use or a permitted change. And then just for clarification in terms of process, as I understand right now, Sonia, we've got a land use designation that's currently listed or permitted that is now inconsistent with the flume. So any clarification just in terms of process about if that's something that we at a bare minimum need to take up tonight?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Cavanagh, I'll respond to the request for more information on the floating the designations. The new comprehensive plan states that future land use map designations are not parcel specific. an adjacent abutting designation when appropriate and approved as part of a public hearing with a land development application may be used. A designation may not be used, however, across planned or existing collector or arterial roadways, must not be used on a parcel not directly abutting the designation, and may not apply to more than 50% of the land being developed. All other changes require an amendment to the comprehensive plan future land use map. Does that answer your question, Councilman Kavner?
Yes, it does. Thanks, Sonia.
You're welcome.
Council, is there any further comments, questions, or is there a motion to close the public hearing?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burr.
I move that we close the public hearing.
Second.
Mayor. I have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed,
Aye.
nay. The ayes have it.
I guess I'll start out, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Burr.
You know, I got to give credit to Matt and his staff for, you know, presenting a better project than he did last time. There were a lot of things that he mitigated and a lot of things he listened to that he changed. And so I commend him for that and his staff. I think that for the most part, from a bird's eye view, I think this development isn't bad. I just think that in the interest for our city, keep this parcel zoned, you know, mixed use community is probably the best option. And unfortunately, my concern that I had before is the same. I've never, like I said before, I've never been a fan of making decisions on development that doesn't meet the flume with hopes that other development, surrounding development, will connect the dots. I ultimately I just don't think that's a wise choice and a wise move for the city. I think that it's always best to do it right the first time, and you know, it's just sort of a reality for me, and so that's where I stand at the moment. And again, I appreciate Mr. Schultz and what he's done to present what he presented. It just didn't quite meet the mark for me tonight.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
I echo pretty much the same comments. I really do like this development's design. I think it's well thought out. I don't mind the density. I do mind setting the precedent of floating a designation that takes up such a small piece of this property across the whole thing without more assurances that the, you know, neighboring property would help us get to the right answer in the long run. I don't want to discourage Mr. Schultz. Again, I really like a lot of aspects of it. I'm totally putting the school thing aside because it's just so systemic that we just have to have a separate conversation about it, I think. But in terms of the floating, that's really my hang up. If this could, not saying it's possible that you don't control that other property, if for some reason this doesn't pass tonight and there is a path toward having a joint development with that neighboring property, I would highly encourage you to come back with a more comprehensive vision for this area. That in my mind would be take me much further toward justifying floating farther than I think that we normally would. But that's my feedback.
Here's Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, it's always interesting listening to my colleagues and hearing their insight. Councilmember Streeter and I share, I think, the same concern about that floating element. And I don't know what the right number is. And clearly, I think it's one of those things that if the land, I guess, to the east of you had been developed, we know what that is. It sounds like maybe council would be more supportive. And so part of me understands that, but then the other part of me says, well, it feels a little bit like that we're penalizing the one who's here first. And that we as a body can, because they're here first, we can be beholden to future development to meet what we desire for the region, for that area. And clearly we've done that before. I'm not saying that is the best practice in all cases, but it is something that we've done before, and obviously will be a feedback that we'll hear from staff for any future applications. So I appreciate the commentary tonight, but I think overall I'm supportive of the application. Think it should go forward. One of the things that we haven't talked a lot about is, I know a lot of people use this as a gateway, and they view this project as concerning because this area is a gateway. But I look at it as a great way to also bring additional people into our downtown. And when you look at kind of the four corners, and yes, the four corners are separated by an interstate, but you've got retail and restaurants and a children's museum to the east. South, you've got the Wahoos and the water park and Meridian Ford, and so we've got these kind of big corners that generate a lot of traffic and a lot of commerce. But what we don't have is the residential piece, and I think having a residential piece is an important component of this area. And so I'm supportive of the project. I think it's the right project for that piece of land that has a lot of challenges. There's a reason why it hasn't went, full commercial, is because of the challenges we've talked about. And I just don't know if we continue to wait and hold that we're suddenly going to get 20 years later what we envisioned 20 years ago.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Yeah, to touch on something Councilman Cavanagh talked on, there is a uniqueness to this property, and it's not a parcel on Franklin Road that you can go, yeah, 65% is good enough. We can make that work, and there's one good leg to this that's been presented, but to get it across the finish line is going to take two legs for me, and for the folks that are here tonight, it will change. Someday there's going to be a project come along that's going to, may not be 100% great about it, but that's going to come along and it will develop. And it's not going to happen, I don't think, tonight with this one leg, but it was a good first or second try, I guess, at it, because there's a lot of good things about this, and we're getting there. The traffic issues, there's still going to be some work needed on that, but for me, we need to see the whole thing and make it more unique that we can go, yes, this is it.
Any further comments, or do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Burnt.
I move that we deny application H-2020-0024 Tanner Creek subdivision.
Second.
I have a motion, a second. I think our city attorney would like a little bit more information from you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Because this is an annex property that is requesting a rezone and development agreement application, it would be helpful. I think I understand your rationale, council, from listening to the discussion, but if you could at least articulate your reasonings for findings on that, since it is already annexed.
Let me whip out my notes. First and foremost, I move that we deny this application because I think we should uphold the current comprehensive plan designation or the flume designation of mixed use community.
Second agrees.
I have a motion and a second that agrees to the as to why. Council, is there any discussion on the motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
question for maybe the motion maker or the second. Is there a communication that the applicant or one of the neighboring property owners could provide you in the next few weeks or months that would satisfy your larger concern about the flume? And I ask that in that, again, if that's where some of our concern, to at least see if there's something from the, it sounds like the Hawkins folks, to provide. Again, I don't know if it exists, but clearly if it doesn't exist, the applicant could withdraw. But at least to be able to create that opportunity for that type of feedback to be provided.
I don't know. I don't know what that looks like.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
I think normally if we deny an application, there's a certain waiting period before an applicant can come back to us. I guess the only feedback I would have is that if the Hawkins property were to come before us, or if they were to jointly come before us, I would be open to preemptively waiving that waiting period in the event that that did happen. I don't think that quite gets to what Councilman Cavanagh is saying, but I think I don't know if Mr. Neri has a method for which we could do that, but I'd be willing to more holistically look at this area if the two developments were, if there is a way for the two developments to come before us at the same time.
So, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Neri.
So, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, council administrator. So, yes, I think if you were to have, there is a 1 year waiting period between applications if they are substantially the same project. What you're raising would be something that, again, depending on what it is, would likely not be substantially the same, because we're talking about a joint application or a joint development of some sort between the western property and the eastern property. So I don't see a problem with that issue, depending on what it is. The other thing I wanted to clarify is, more than I just want to put on the record, I think I'm very clear on what you're wanting, Councilmember Burnt. But when you saying tame the flume, the conversation was 3 acres of this parcel are listed as medium density residential, and the concern of the council was establishing a precedent to float that over the entire parcel and then put all of the burden of the mixed use community on the adjacent parcel. And that's what I take by your concern about the flume, that you're not wanting to set a precedent, not necessarily a percentage, but simply a precedent to put all of the one type of use on one parcel and push all the rest to another. Is that generally the idea? That's, I think, what I understood from your discussion. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Council Cavanagh.
With that, I think I'm satisfied to call for the question.
Okay, the question has been called. Clerk, call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Borton?
Aye.
Cavanagh?
Aye.
Schrader?
Aye.
Hoagland?
Aye.
Burnt?
Aye.
All ayes, and the motion to not approve passes. Thank you, everyone, for being here and for that conversation. And Mr. Schultz, we appreciate the work you put into that, and enjoy your time with your family.
Thank you.
We will
Thanks.
see you back again soon.
You will. See ya. Bye-bye.
Council, we will turn to item 7, meeting topics.
Mr. Mayor.
Council Administrator?
I have a future meeting topic, and I don't think we're gonna solve it. And but you and I have talked about, I've told it to you directly. I am having what I could only call kind of a moral struggle with the state of the school system and really the inability for West Ada to construct new schools. And I would be interested in having a discussion about how we as a council, if we want to at all, react to that fact pattern, if we want to consider some more creative ideas. And you know, whether it's, and this is going to sound a little extreme, so I want to kind of couch this comment very carefully.
And I'm going to ask you to couch your comment directly to what you would like a future meeting topic to be, rather than having a conversation about the topic.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry, I'm bad about that. I would like to have a future meeting topic about whether it makes sense, because of our inability to build new schools, to consider some type of a formula for our building permits based on school capacity and expansion plans, and whether if we don't see some changes either from the legislature or other places, we want to either consider that as a council or even consider putting that on the ballot.
Okay. So we will have that down, and we will have a conversation regarding if that should be done, if this, or if there's a desire for council. Are there any other future meeting topics?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hogan.
I thought I had one, but in looking at the calendar, I don't think it can be accomplished. I was wondering if we'd find out if we're going to have a 4th of July fireworks show in our community this year. And seeing that today's the 23rd, we have our budget public hearing on the 30th, and then the next meeting is July 7th. So maybe if you could respond to, are we having a community fireworks show?
I will respond via email once that is official.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yep. Council, anything else under future meeting topics?
Mr. Mayor,
Council Cavanagh?
maybe not a future meeting topic, but just maybe a quick courtesy reminder to council. If you've got questions that you're working through to get to staff or finance for our budget meeting next Tuesday, do your best to try and get those wrapped up and sent over today or tomorrow, so staff have ample time to get us a comprehensive response. Also, if you're planning to meet with directors and whatnot, please reach out to them. They've got busy schedules as well. I'm sure some of them also have Independence Day plans and whatnot, and maybe want to go camping. So we're not asking them to make those meetings last minute. Well, I know they'll do it. I just think that we give them as much head notice as possible.
Council, anything else, or do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I move that we adjourn the meeting.
Second the motion.
Motion second to adjourn the meeting. Discussion on the motion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We are adjourned.
Night, everybody.
Have a good night.